Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. I'm here in the studio with my co-host, Genevieve Eccles, the Family Support Director of the SADS Foundation, and we are coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Genevieve to provide some opening remarks.
Thank you, James, and hello, everyone. Welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, or ARVC. My name is Genevieve Eccles, and I'm the Family Support Director of the Sudden Arrhythmia Death Syndromes Foundation, or SADS Foundation. Our mission is to save the lives and support the families of children and adults who are genetically predisposed to sudden death due to heart rhythm abnormalities. The SADS Foundation supports those with inherited channelopathies and cardiomyopathies, including conditions such as long QT syndrome, CPVT, Brugada syndrome, short QT syndrome, and ARVC. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that are taking the time to be here with us today. Thank you for giving us permission to hold this meeting. We're excited to have you with us and hope that you will learn a lot today from our amazing patients and family members. Thank you to our industry sponsors, Lexeo Therapeutics, Pfizer, Rejuvenate Bio, Rocket Pharma, and Tenaya Therapeutics for their generous support. We are very pleased to have in attendance representatives from industry, federal agencies, and physician scientists from across the world. Thank you for joining us today. Most importantly, I want to welcome the ARVC community whose lives have been directly impacted by this condition. Today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and people working together behind the scenes, and I want to extend my deep gratitude to everyone who has had a hand in preparing for this meeting. We are grateful to have this opportunity to ensure patient and family perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. The team at the SADS Foundation has had the great privilege of talking to many families with ARVC. These conversations have left a lasting impression on each member of the SADS team, as we have seen the heavy burden and toll this disease and its current treatments takes on ARVC families. A toll that I can appreciate, as I have long QT syndrome and an ICD, which I have been shocked from. As you will hear today, many living with ARVC are severely affected by their condition. For some, their first experience with ARVC was through a sudden cardiac arrest, either by experiencing one themselves or through the sudden cardiac arrest or sudden cardiac death of a family member. Others face recurrent arrhythmias and/or heart failure, in some cases resulting in the need for a heart transplant. Many live with a combination of all of these. We know that ARVC has major impacts on quality of life, both physically and emotionally. Exercise restrictions are recommended for those with ARVC to help slow progression of the disease. Many of those who are affected were high-level athletes prior to their diagnosis, and these restrictions cause or worsen anxiety and depression in people with ARVC. In addition to living with the disease itself, there are side effects from beta blockers and antiarrhythmic medications. The need to adapt lifestyle activities to limit progression of the disease, the need for cardiac ablations, sometimes multiple, and repercussions from both appropriate and inappropriate shocks. Living with this disease can be unpredictable and filled with unknowns. Families with ARVC find themselves asking many questions. Will my disease progress, and if so, how fast? When will I experience the next shock from my ICD, or worse yet, shock storm? How will this disease affect my child who inherited it from me? When will there be a treatment that stops progression of ARVC and allows me to exercise again? Right now, these families have no answers to these questions. Despite the potentially life-threatening manifestations of ARVC and the daily symptoms those with ARVC experience, there is no FDA-approved treatment to stop progression of this disease. We hope you will remember the stories you hear today. They are just a small number of our global community, and that you will remember the great need that exists for new therapies for ARVC. I want to express my appreciation to the investigators working in labs all around the world, striving towards a better understanding of the basic and translational science and moving us closer to future clinical trials. Our hope is that this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with ARVC who urgently need better treatment options. For our ARVC families, we invite you and your loved ones to call or write in during the program, and we ask you to stay with us and participate in remote polling throughout the meeting. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we will do our best to get to as many of your comments as possible. When participating today, please use only your first name and state or country. No other identifying information should be shared. Be assured that any comments we are unable to discuss are still very important and will be included in the Voice of the Patient report, a summary of this special day. To begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce our speaker from the FDA, Dr. Chinwe Okoro. Dr. Okoro works in the Office of Therapeutic Products in the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, or CBER, at the FDA. This is the part of the FDA that regulates cell and gene therapies. Dr. Okoro will provide some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Okoro, over to you.
Thank you for that kind introduction. My name is Chinwe Okoro. I'm a medical reviewer at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, CBER, which is one of the centers within the FDA that regulates biological and related products, including gene and cellular therapies. I'm happy to see so many patients, caregivers, and advocates in the audience and on the web. Thank you all for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank the SADS Foundation and staff that were involved in the planning of this meeting. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders participating online today. While the FDA plays a role in the medical development, we are just one of the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those of you who also play an important role. Additionally, my CBER colleagues and staff from various other offices and centers at the FDA are listening in today, including the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. We share your commitments to facilitate the development of safe and effective therapies products for ARVC. For those of you who couldn't join us today, the recording of this meeting and the Voice of the Patient report summarizing this meeting will be an important resource going forward for all ARVC stakeholders, which include patients, caregivers, academia, healthcare providers, medical product developers, and the FDA. My background, I am a pediatric cardiac critical care physician by training, and I joined the FDA 2 years ago. Since my time at the FDA, I've had the opportunity to learn about the important ongoing work in the medical therapy advancements for different rare diseases. Working as a pediatric cardiac intensivist, I have had firsthand experience that the impact these diseases have on the lives of patients and their families. Therefore, I find their voices in these types of spaces relevant and crucial in further advancing our knowledge in the development of medical therapies. We are here to learn from you and your experience with ARVC. About 8 years ago, the FDA started its patient-focused drug development program, also called PFDD program. As part of this program, we began having patient-focused drug development meetings. These meetings brought patients, caregivers, and various members of the FDA community together to listen and learn about patients' experiences with their diseases or disorders. Since this program began, FDA has approximately 30 PFDD meetings. What we have learned from these meetings is that patients are experts in their lived experience of their disease or disorder. patients are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agencies and to provide an understanding of the burden of the disease. Another outcome of the program was the growth of the PFDD meetings outside of the FDA, meetings such as this one. These meetings give the FDA and key stakeholders an important opportunity to hear directly from the patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates about the symptoms that matter most, the impact of the disease on their daily lives, and experiences with currently available therapies. We would like to hear what patients look for in an ideal treatment to manage their condition. This will help inform the focus of new medical products, development, and future clinical trials. FDA shares the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for ARVC. When we say medical product development, we mean in its broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products, but we do not develop the medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product far outweighs its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable to us, because hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help lead the way in figuring out how best to facilitate medical product development for ARVC and understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies and devices for ARVC. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view benefits and risks of therapies and devices for ARVC. Your input and perspectives really help us and will help industry and academia move the drug development process forward to ensure that new therapies meet the needs of the people living with ARVC. Once again, we are all here today to hear the voice of the patient. So thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Thank you, and back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Okoro. Next up is Dr. Hugh Calkins to provide a clinical overview of ARVC, which will serve as a scientific foundation for today's discussion. Dr. Calkins is an internationally recognized expert in ARVC who has spent the last 30+ years at Johns Hopkins Hospital. He is professor of cardiology and the director of the electrophysiology lab and arrhythmia service at Johns Hopkins. Dr. Calkins has published more than 350 manuscripts and book chapters on a variety of cardiac arrhythmias. His research has focused on catheter ablation, syncope, and arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. Dr. Calkins will provide us with a clinical overview of ARVC. Over to you, Dr. Calkins.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak on arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. It is a great pleasure to be with you and to share my perspective on this important condition. My relationships with industry are shown here. Arrhythmogenic right ventricular dysplasia, or arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, is a genetically determined cardiomyopathy characterized by progressive replacement of right ventricular myocardium with fatty and fibrous tissue and ventricular arrhythmias of right ventricular origin, as well as an increased risk of sudden cardiac death. Now, it's important to recognize that a left dominant or a biventricular form of ARVC have been described, leading some to refer to this condition as arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy instead of right ventricular cardiomyopathy or left ventricular cardiomyopathy. Some use the term arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. This is the heart of a 32-year-old patient who was transplanted for ARVC. You can appreciate that the left ventricle shown by my cursor is normal, but the right ventricle is very dilated with a thinned wall without much myocardial tissue remaining. Now, the first major description of ARVC was in 1982, published by Frank Marcus when he was on sabbatical with Guy Fontaine. and they put together a series of 24 cases. And this really was the underpinnings of this condition. Now, ARVC is rare. It occurs in about 1 in 5,000 in the US as compared to hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is 1 in 500. Slightly more common in men than women. Counts for about 5% of sudden deaths in young individuals in the United States, and an increased proportion than that in Italy. When it comes to diagnosis of ARVC, we rely on the 2010 diagnostic criteria. This effort was again led by Frank Marcus. And these criteria list a number of parameters from RV size and function to the results of a biopsy, to the EKG changes, to the results of Holter monitoring and family history. And this slide compares the 1994 and the 2010 criteria. I won't go through each one of these in great detail, but the 2010 criteria were more quantitative and more reproducible and easily applied. Now, this is an EKG of a patient with ARVC. You can appreciate the T-wave inversions in lead V1, V2, and V3. That's a major criteria. And the TAD, the terminal activation delay in V1, that's a minor criteria. So this EKG would get a patient towards the diagnosis 3 points. You need 4 points to make the diagnosis. So this is an image to put in your mind as something to recognize if you see it clinically. Now, an MRI is a great way to look at RV size and function and shape and fibrosis. It's also the most common reason for overdiagnosis of misdiagnosis of ARVC, because some mistakenly believe the MRI is the gold standard, or that thinning or fat on an MRI means ARVC. That is not true. You really have to apply the 2010 diagnostic criteria, which give you specific cutoffs to meet the MRI criteria. In terms of misdiagnosis, things like a tether or pectus excavatum can appear like MRI, like ARVC, and it's really important that you have an experienced MRI reader when trying to determine if someone has ARVC or not based on an MRI. Now, ARVC is mainly a disease of the desmosomes. You can find a genetic variant in about 2/3 of well-phenotyped patients. And when you do, usually it's a desmosomal protein, plakophilin-2, desmoplakin, plakoglobin, desmoglian, desmocolin. Now, the desmosomes are the bolts that hook one cell to the other, and this is a little cartoon with color coding of the different types of bolts that are the desmosomal proteins. We also know that there's some non-desmosomal proteins, genes, phospholambam, TMEN43, filament C, and desmin, as well as a few others. Now, ARVC is closely linked to exercise. And it's not that surprising. When you exercise, your RV dilates, the pressures go up, and the wall stress increases dramatically. And if you have bad proteins holding your cells together, you can imagine the cells ripping apart, causing this condition. There's now been a lot of clinical studies saying that if someone has a genetic variant that predisposes them for ARVC and they exercise a lot, competitive athlete, endurance athlete, they're very likely to develop ARVC over time, whereas if they're more sedentary, they're much less likely to develop ARVC. And furthermore, ARVC patients who are athletes or endurance sports participants have a much higher risk of developing heart failure over time. The data is so strong that now when the diagnosis of having a genetic variant is identified in a young person, it is recommended that they prophylactically avoid competitive and endurance sports. Now, this is a nice figure from the 2019 consensus document showing different types of activities, their MET level, their intensity, and how often ARVC patients should be performing them. So things like golf, walking, canoeing, sailing, are green light, are very good things to participate in. But the red area, competitive cycling, cross-country racing, endurance racing, soccer, competitive soccer, these are the types of things that need to be avoided. Now, this is data from one of our early series of ARVC patients. It describes our first 100 patients in the Johns Hopkins program. This is back 18 years ago. And it tells the story that ARVC usually presents around the age of 29 in either men or women, and they present with palpitations, syncope, sudden death, resuscitated sudden death, or they're asymptomatic. Now, this is a Kaplan-Meier curve of these patients. It makes the point that ARVC rarely, if ever, shows up before puberty, before 12 or 13, and that symptoms correlate with VT. Sudden death is less common, and heart failure is a late manifestation of the disease, usually occurring 10 to 20 years or more after the first symptoms of ARVC develop. Now, one of the recent scientific advances is the development of a prediction model for ventricular arrhythmias and ARVC. Julia Cadron-Taregni put this together, and this was a big international study involving 528 patients, and they looked at the variables of male gender, younger age, recent syncope, non-sustained VT, PVC count, leads with T-wave inversions. And using this, they develop a model that identified patients at low risk. If you look at the green bar on the right side of your screen, high risk, the red bar, and intermediate risk, the yellow and orange bars, the risk calculator turned out to be quite effective. Now, a problem, a limitation of that risk calculator, it predicted all VT, not life-threatening VT or V-flutter, the kind we're most worried about. So the same team went back, developed a new prediction model for VF and ventricular flutter, fast VT. And the four variables this time were male gender, younger age, PVC frequency, and the number of anterior and inferior leads with T-wave inversion. Now, both of these risk calculators can be accessed by anyone, www.arvcrisk.com. You enter the variables and you get a 1 and 5 year estimated risk. And these have been validated, and these risk calculators have been in widespread use. Now, I want to remind you all that ARVC is a progressive condition. You're not born with it. You develop it over time, and over time it gets worse. This is data from a study we were involved with, looking at RV and LV function over time. And you can see that RV function and LV function both decline, and the RV dilates over time. This is about 5 years of follow-up. We also did a study in our series of ARVC patients showing that over time, 49% develop some symptoms of heart failure. We're getting better and better at preventing sudden death, preventing VT, controlling the arrhythmias with medications, beta blockers, exercise restriction, and catheter ablation. But over time, more and more patients are developing heart failure, and more patients are needing a cardiac transplant. Before closing, let me review with you the five-legged stool of ARVC management. It starts with making an accurate diagnosis. Be aware of the 2010 diagnostic criteria. Have a low threshold to get a second opinion. Once you've made the diagnosis, apply the risk calculator and risk stratify the individual for risk of sustained VT or sudden death, and decide if an ICD is indicated. Once you've done that, you want to minimize symptoms and defibrillator shocks. Our tools include beta blockers and mainly exercise restriction, and when needed, antiarrhythmic drug therapy and/or VT ablation. You also want to be careful. You want to try to prevent progression. Again, our main tool is advising patients not to participate in endurance or competitive sports, using a beta blocker, and use an ACE or ARB if they have evidence of RV or LV dysfunction. And finally, we have cascade family screening. This is an inherited disease. If one person in the family is diagnosed, you should screen all first-degree family relatives. So with that, I will stop. I appreciate your attention, and I will turn it back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Calkins. Now I'd like to introduce James Valentine, our moderator for today, who has been working with us over the past several months to help plan this meeting. James has worked the last 15 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. There, he helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. Thank you, James, for helping us make our voices heard today. James and his colleague Larry Bauer have been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 75 externally led PFDD meetings. In private practice, James and Larry have worked with many patient organizations to ensure the community voices are heard by decision makers. So we are in good hands with James and Larry. And now over to you, James.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction, Genevieve, and it's been such a pleasure to work with you and the whole SADS Foundation team. So, now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with ARVC and their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers. PFDD, or patient-focused drug development, is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Okoro, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of ARVC, which will help then inform drug development and review. While FDA's held many of its own patient-focused drug development meetings, today marks the 76th externally led PFDD. With over 10,000 known rare conditions, this is a truly unique and important opportunity for this community to be heard. Today's meeting is interactive. So let me tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. In our first session this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience of living with ARVC and the impacts that the condition has on you or your loved ones' daily lives. Then in the afternoon, we'll come back together, and in a second session, we'll explore the various approaches to treatment, including participating in clinical trials. We'll also be asking for your preferences for future treatments in that afternoon session. What will these two morning and afternoon discussions look like? Well, today we'll be hearing from patient voices in 3 different ways. To kick off each of our 2 sessions, we'll be hearing from a panel of patients and caregivers of individuals with ARVC. These individuals and their statements will help set a good foundation for our discussion, and were selected to reflect a range of different experiences of living with ARVC and the treatment approaches for ARVC. But we know that the panel can only reflect so many of those different experiences, which is why we'll then broaden the discussion, and we'll have a facilitated audience discussion where all of you, the patients and caregivers tuned in our live audience today, can participate. This will help build on those panel perspectives. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to state your name and you or your loved one's experiences in relationship to ARVC and provide a comment on that question. This will be able to be done in one of 2 ways. We want you to dial in by phone, but we can also provide a written comment, and we'll explain how to do both of those a little later. You'll also be seeing that we have a Zoom panel of patients and caregivers who will join us as part of those discussions. And finally, we'll be broadening our understanding of the experiences of all of you in our audience through the use of polling questions. We'll ask patients and caregivers only to use their phone or web browser to respond to those. And I actually want to ask you to go ahead and now and get into that polling system, because once you're in that, you'll be able to stay on that throughout the entire day. So if you can go ahead and pull out a phone and open up a browser, or on your computer, open up a tab on your web browser and go to www.pollev.com/ARVC PFDD. Again, feel free to go there now, www.pollev.com/ARVC PFDD. And we'll be getting to polling very soon. We'll be using these polling questions to help, again, broaden our understanding and allow everyone to participate and aid in the discussion. Also, you'll have the opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. So all of your input, to both today and any additional written input, will then be reviewed and summarized in a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to FDA and made available for all stakeholders in new drug research and development. One final thing before we get to our first set of polling questions for today, I want to go over some ground rules. We encourage people living with ARVC, as well as their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers, to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you can do this through polling, calling in by phone, or submitting written comments. The discussion today is limited to patients, family members, and other direct caregivers of those living with ARVC. Meanwhile, our other stakeholders, staff from the FDA, drug developers, and clinicians are here to listen and learn from all of you. I also want to mention that the views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, I ask that you please try to be focused and concise in your comments so we can try to hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get to our first set of polling questions, which are some polling questions that will help us understand who we have in the audience today. So again, you can go to www.pollev.com/ARVC-PFDD. Once you're there, you can keep this webpage open for the rest of today's day. Anytime we go to a new question, it will automatically appear there throughout the rest of the program. So in our first question for you today, we want to know, are you either A, an individual living with ARVC, B, a caregiver of someone living with ARVC, or C, a caregiver of someone who has passed away or died from ARVC? We know that some of you may be both someone living with ARVC as well as a caregiver, given the hereditary nature of this condition. So we ask that for purpose of the polling questions that you answer on behalf of yourself, that you're an individual living with ARVC. So we'll give you a few moments here while we're waiting for everyone to get a chance to get into this polling system. We want you to answer these questions early and often, so that way we can track your responses over the course of the whole meeting today. And then again, once you're in to the system, you can just keep this open throughout the day. Anytime we go to additional polling questions later in the program, you'll be able to just go straight to that page, and those questions will appear there for you to respond to. So, as it stands, it looks like the vast majority of our audience are individuals living with ARVC. Over 80% of you of our patients and caregivers have ARVC. I'm sure we'll be hearing from many of you that you, again, wear both hats, both as a person living with ARVC as well as a caregiver of someone. But we do have a little over 10% of you that are a caregiver of someone with ARVC, as well as we have some caregivers of people with ARVC who have passed away. We really want to encourage all of you. We want to hear both the patient and the caregiver perspective today. So thank you all for joining, and now we'll move to our second polling question this morning. So here we want to know, where do you currently reside? Or for these questions, if you're a caregiver, please answer on behalf of the person that you care for, so the individual living with ARVC. So where do you or your loved one with ARVC currently reside? The options are A, U.S. Northeast, B, U.S. Mid-Atlantic, C, U.S. Midwest, D, the U.S. South, E, U.S. Mountain, F, U.S. West, G, Canada or Mexico, H, Europe or UK, I, Asia, K, Africa, L, Australia or New Zealand, or M, some other country or region not otherwise listed above. So we'll give everyone a few moments here. I promise as the day goes on, the questions will become more thought-provoking and interesting, but it is very helpful for us to know who we have in our audience today, who our individuals with ARVC and their caregivers are, and who we're really representing. But what I'm seeing, based off of the current polling responses, is that we have really fantastic representation, not only across all of the different U.S. Kind of regions here, but we also have representation from outside of the U.S., including in Canada and Mexico, Europe and the UK, and some other regions that we don't have listed on this slide. So we can go to our third polling question. Here we'd like to know, is the person with ARVC, so that's either yourself or if you're a caregiver, your loved one, are they A, female, B, male, C, non-binary or gender non-conforming, or D, if you prefer not to answer? So we'll give you a few more moments here to answer this question. We want to make sure we capture for all of you in our audience today, each of these kind of more demographic polling questions that we're covering here first. We still see responses jumping around a little bit, but I think what we're seeing as a general trend is we see about twice as many people who are living with ARVC that are female represented in our audience today, either as themselves or by their caregivers. And then we're seeing about a third of the audience today are individuals with ARVC that are male. We're going to move to our fourth polling question. Here we want to know, how old are you or the person living with ARVC that you care for, or is your loved one? The options here are A, under 18 years of age, B, 18 to 30 years of age, C, between 31 and 50 years of age, D, between 51 and 60 years of age, E, between 61 and 70 years of age, or F, 71 years of age or older. We'll give everyone a few more moments here to let us know how old you, if you're living with ARVC, or your loved one with ARVC is. It looks like we have a nice bell curve here that we're seeing. We see that we have most representation, a little over a third of our audience that's living with ARVC between ages of 31 and 50, just below a third of the audience in that 51 to 60 age range, but we do have good representation across each of the different age ranges, including those youngest affected individuals under age 18, as well as those that are 71 years of age and older as well. We really do want to hear about the impacts of ARVC across the lifespan. We heard from Dr. Calkins about how this is a progressive condition over time, so those experiences we would expect to hear some differences depending on where you are in your journey with ARVC. So we can go to our fifth polling question. Here we'd like to know, at what age did you or the person living with ARVC first have ARVC symptoms? So this isn't necessarily the age that you were diagnosed or they were diagnosed, but actually the first time that you experienced symptoms, whether that might have been before or after diagnosis. And so the options here are between 0 and 5 years of age, B, 6 and 17 years of age, D, 18 and 30 years of age, E, 31 to 50 years of age, F, 51 to 60 years of age, G, 61 years of age or older, or H, if you're unsure at what age you or your loved one had their first ARVC symptoms. I think one thing I can already see is that there's a shift here earlier in age from the age that people currently are. So those of you in our audience have been living with ARVC symptoms for some time, with around 20% of you, as it stands, having your first symptoms between ages of 6 and 17, and about a third of people between 18 and 30 years of age. But still, many of you as well in the audience having symptoms a little later, first symptoms a little later in life, between 31 and 50, and then even older than that. No one here is reporting having first symptoms between 0 and 5 years of age. And for our final polling question this morning, we'd like to know, at which age were you actually diagnosed with ARVC, or your loved one was diagnosed? So the same options here, between A, between 0 and 5, B, between 6 and 17, C, between 18 and 30, D, between 31 and 50, E, between 51 and 60, and F, if older than 60 years of age. Again, this is age of diagnosis, whether or not you were experiencing symptoms at that time.
I think that this polling question is interesting so far because it shows how long it takes some of our family members to actually get a diagnosis, even when they experience those symptoms at a younger age.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing, like, we definitely see a shift here now back older from our last polling question, with about 50% of people not being diagnosed until 31 to 50, which represents certainly a larger number, than those who were experiencing symptoms, first at that age. And so despite even the hereditary nature of ARVC, we're still seeing, that delay in diagnosis, and because of that, perhaps the delay in ability to get treatment options in those early years of living with the condition symptomatically. So I'd like to thank you all for participating in this first set of polling questions. At this point, we're going to move to our first session of the day, where we're really going to be focused on what it is to live with ARVC, exploring the symptoms and daily impacts. If we can pull up our discussion questions for this morning's session, these are the kinds of things I want you to all start thinking about and help us in answering. So here we want to know which ARVC symptoms have had the most significant impact on your life. How does ARVC affect you on both your best days and on your worst days? And can you describe those best and worst days for us? We'd like to know, of course, about those direct symptoms and health effects, but we also want to know what that means in terms of impacting your lives. So what activities are you unable to do, whether that's at all or as fully as you would like, because of ARVC? We also know that this condition is progressive and changes over time, and so whether that's from week to week, month to month, or over the course of years, how have your symptoms changed? And how has your ability to cope with those symptoms changed over time? And finally, while we know there's so much that you have already lived with, both in the past and in the present today, but we also know that there's things about living with ARVC that you may be worried about or fearful of in the future. So we'd like to hear, what do you fear the most, or what worries or frustrates you the most about your condition as you think about, as you get older. So with that in mind, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of your peers, people living with ARVC and caregivers. I'd like to introduce Courtney, Tracy, Jason, Julia, and Adam. Courtney, take it away.
Hi, my name is Courtney West, and I am 29 years old from Columbus, Ohio. On September 25th, 2013, everything in my life changed. My vibrant, loving 17-year-old brother collapsed during football practice from sudden cardiac arrest. Jake died on the field that day. He had no prior symptoms, and we had no family history of heart disease. I was away at college when I got the phone call, and my heart was broken. Within a week, we learned Jake had a rare disease called arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, often referred to as ARVC. And within a month, I was diagnosed with the same disease that took my brother's life despite having no symptoms. And within 2 months, I received my first subcutaneous defibrillator, a surgery that gave me 3 incisions along my chest and side, and a device that could thrust an agonizing shock into my heart at any given time. The grief, diagnosis, surgery, it was a lot for a 20-year-old to handle. And now, nearly a decade later, I can still say that it is a lot to handle. I start every morning with a dose of heart medication and end every night with 2 more doses. Both of my medications cause symptoms like fatigue and dizziness, and one even impacts my vision. I have to be conscious about blood draws to gauge potential impacts on my kidneys and liver, and one medication is unsuitable for pregnancy, so careful family planning is also important. The side effects and possible long-term implications of these medications are panic-inducing at times. Last year, a 7-day Holter monitor showed I was experiencing 12,000 PVCs a day, a number that had doubled in the 4 years since my last monitor. I was so accustomed to the feeling of PVCs, my heart jumping in my chest and an immediate sense of anxiety, during things like important work meetings, while sitting in traffic during rush hour, or even as I was vacuuming the house. PVCs make me uncomfortably aware of my heart, which often triggers more PVCs, a vicious cycle that is exacerbated during times of stress, anxiety, and even dehydration. Within 1 week of starting a new antiarrhythmic, my PVC count went down to 700 per day, and I can feel a noticeable difference in my heart. I'm often told in meetings with my care team that I need to live a simple life, try to keep things stress-free for the long-term benefit of my heart. I think we can all agree how appealing a simple and stress-free life sounds, ARVC aside, but the reality is that neither is synonymous with this disease. Daily alarms to remember to take medications, blood draws, EKGs, device checks, PVCs, defibrillator replacements, a declining ejection fraction. Complex and demanding are more accurate descriptors in my experience. I share this to underscore the daily juxtaposition of a disease like ARVC. And anxiety is no friend of this disease, yet one of the major treatments is my defibrillator, one of the most anxiety-inducing aspects of my life. The tiniest flutter of my heart is more often than not associated with the debilitating shock of my device. There are times when I jolt awake at night, convinced that I was shocked in my sleep, only to find out that it was a phantom shock from a dream. To date, I have been shocked 2 times, knock on wood, thanks to bouts of ventricular tachycardia. Neither episode was technically life-threatening, but my defibrillator lacks the gift of nuance, so I was shocked anyways once the episodes lasted beyond the set threshold on my device. There's little I can say to accurately describe the feeling of being shocked. The physical pain is immeasurable, but my personal experience is that the mental after effects are far worse. As I approach my 30th birthday this month, I find myself reflecting more than ever on the future of my disease. Will I be able to carry a child? If I can, is it worth the progression of my disease? And do I feel comfortable potentially passing down this disease to a child knowing all that comes with it? When will my next defibrillator shock be? Will I need a heart transplant? And at what point will my family and friends have to watch as my quality of life diminishes due to my disease progression? These are complex questions with no simple answers, yet they only skim the top of what it's like to live with ARVC every single day.
Hi, my name is Tracy. I am 46 years old from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I have a 14-year-old daughter, Ava, and an 8-year-old terrier mixed dog named Eddie. I had my first symptom of ARVC at 16 years old. I passed out in the bathroom of my childhood home. After telling my mother what happened, she called her family doctor, who reassured her that a young athletic girl probably just had low blood sugar and felt dizzy. She should call back if it happens again. We didn't talk about it again until 3 years later when my older sister was hospitalized with ventricular tachycardia. It was a genetic condition, so my mother insisted I see a cardiologist to be evaluated. This started my long journey to diagnosis, which took another 8 years. Since diagnosis at 27 years old, my symptoms have been primarily heart failure related, and tachycardia has been less of an issue for me. If tachycardia is a loud, dramatic, roaring monster that rears its head at unpredictable times, heart failure is a quiet, slow caterpillar moving down a progressive path. This caterpillar has taken things from me as it moves along the path. The slow progression requires a constant process of accepting new limitations and adapting my life over and over again. First, ARVC took my stamina in exercise. This started when I was 17, even though I continued to work out and was very active outdoors. Next, it took my ability to exercise at all when researchers discovered exercise speeds the progression of the disease. So I began practicing yoga. I recently gave up gentle yoga because heart failure symptoms of shortness of breath and dizziness made it too difficult. Today, my physical activity includes walking my dog on my good days. Accept and adapt. ARVC has taken a toll on my relationships in my life. It's difficult for people to understand how sick I am because I look healthy. My 13-year marriage dissolved due to my ex-husband's inability to accept my heart failure and limitations. I'm not a reliable friend to make plans with because I may have to cancel if I'm too tired. Watching me slowly deteriorate is hard on those who love me. ARVC took my ability to have a second child, which I've accepted, but it still breaks my heart telling my only child, I don't have the energy to do that. I am not the mother I want to be, but I am proud of the mother I am despite my limitations. Accept and adapt. ARVC took away my ability to work after going to school for many years and earning a master's degree. So I found other things to occupy my time, including reading, crafting, and cooking. I set a goal and read 100 books in 2013. Today, I no longer read books because of brain fog from medications, and heart failure fatigue makes it difficult to focus. I now listen to audiobooks. Accept and adapt. I made and sold jewelry online, but closed my online shop 2 years ago because sitting for too long at my craft table is hard on my circulation and it makes me feel rotten. I still cook, although it requires careful planning every day. I can't afford DoorDash, but I use it some evenings when I'm not able to cook because I'm stuck in bed. Accept and adapt. With the loss of my ability to work, ARVC has taken my financial stability. 2 years ago, my slow-moving caterpillar crossed a significant line and I was evaluated for heart transplant. My antibodies are unusually high and my body chemistry will outright reject 93% of the available hearts, so my wait for a heart match is currently long and hard. I'm still working on accepting and adapting to this fact. As discouraging as this sounds, I am determined to find my perfect heart match and have a successful transplant. I need to be there for my daughter, especially because she was diagnosed with this disease at 10 years old. She had no symptoms, but she was PKP2 gene positive and had a strong family history of ARVC, so pediatric cardiologists followed her closely. They did MRIs at 5 and 10 years old and found significant changes to her heart structure, enough for a formal diagnosis. She now has a defibrillator implanted and has started on beta blockers to hopefully slow the progression of the disease. So I am determined to help her navigate whatever form this disease takes for her, the slow-moving caterpillar or the roaring tachycardia monster. I am determined to help her accept and adapt.
Imagine losing your favorite hobbies. Mine were long-distance running, mountain biking, and being a volunteer firefighter. Notice how I said were. Those were unexpectedly taken from me during the summer of 2020 when I was diagnosed with ARVC. I used to think I was one of the healthiest people I knew, running marathons and participating in stair climbs with full firefighting gear on. I ate well, drank little, and was very physically active until one day my life took an unexpected turn. My name is Jason, and I live just north of Boston, and I'm 38 years old. During a lunch training run, I noticed my heart was in an arrhythmia. It was ventricular tachycardia, VT, which was my first symptom. I have since gone through all the testing, the first ablation surgery, and installation of an implantable cardiac defibrillator, ICD. This is usually the point in the story where people start to say, but you're too young to have an ICD. I think I am too. Once the initial ablation and ICD surgeries were completed, that's when I had to hit the reset button. That's when the struggle really started, to find the new me, my new normal. While trying to discover what my new normal would be, there were some setbacks, like my first ICD shock. Months after I was all healed up from my surgery, I attempted to cut up a tree with a chainsaw, which is something I rather enjoy doing. I could feel the arrhythmia develop, and I quickly shut off the saw and set it down. As my son came up to check on me, the shock went off, and it felt like someone kicked me in the chest. A very painful hit that took a few days to get over physically, but months mentally. Later in that same year, I had several bouts of VT while on family hikes. Luckily, these didn't result in shocks, but instead my ICD pacing me out of the episode. In December of 2020, I had what is commonly considered a VT storm. My body was stuck in VT, and I received 3 shocks within about 10 minutes and was dropped off at a local hospital still in ventricular tachycardia. Upon transfer to Boston, it was recommended that I undergo another ablation surgery to help alleviate my VT. Merry Christmas to me. Fast forward to today, I will never run again, which is a challenge because before I was running about 10 to 15 miles a week. Running and heavy exercise has been identified as a primary cause of heart muscle being replaced with fatty, fibrous tissue in ARVC patients. It's hard to explain to my son that I can't chase him or play soccer or lacrosse with him, and breaks my heart every time he asks. I also worry about my son's health. It has been recommended by my genetic counselor to wait until my son is 10 years old before he gets tested. Currently, we are allowing him to be a kid and participate in all the physical activities. My heavy mountain biking days are long over due to the sustained high heart rates. Fortunately, I was able to buy an e-bike, which still allows me to participate in some light exercise without really having to push myself too much on the uphills. Too strenuous of activity can push me into an arrhythmia. My e-bike has allowed me to go for bike rides with my son and enjoy the little moments. My biggest obstacle that I've had to overcome is letting go of my love for firefighting. Firefighting was a major component of who I am, but now my gear has been passed down and the camaraderie is gone. Although my electrophysiologist signed off on a light-duty version of being a firefighter, helping with training, rehab for firefighters, basic station duties, some of the officers at my local department thought it too much of a liability to simply have me around. I was forced to give up just one more thing that I love dearly. I look totally normal to anyone passing me on the street. Obviously, I am not as active as I once was, so a change in diet was a must after easily gaining 15 to 20 pounds. I find myself constantly checking my pulse. My Garmin watch rarely leaves my body. I must be aware of any type of physical exertion. Sometimes going up 2 flights of stairs with a laundry basket makes me sit down and worry about my heart. I'm not a big worrier. I don't believe it helps. But since diagnosis, I have found myself to be worrying about real or imaginary flutters in my heart. As such, at such a young age, I never considered I could be so nervous about my health. Luckily, I have been mostly symptom-free for 2 years, but recently had a dream that I was running, but I woke up in the middle of the night awaiting a shock from my ICD. I even had what are considered phantom shocks in my sleep. Phantom shocks are when your body thinks you have had a shock because of the trauma your brain experiences from previous shocks. Sometimes the mental struggles are just as real and hard as the physical ones.
Hi, my name is Julia and I am 31 years old. My life with ARVC has been interesting to say the least. Of all the symptoms of ARVC, the symptoms that affected me the most are the fatigue and arrhythmias. The symptoms of ARVC have a snowball effect, with each effect causing a ripple in other aspects of your life. For me, it starts with the lack of energy and onset of fatigue. The fatigue has led to depression, social anxiety, weight gain, and has worked its way into every corner of my life, both physically and mentally. I have experienced friends that did not adjust to the slower pace of my lifestyle and resulted in me moving away from normal activities that I was doing, such as hiking and running. I even had family who were uncomfortable with seeing my heart monitor and did not want me to show it. I cut out alcohol to make sure I wasn't giving my heart more than it could handle, and I will never forget being told, "I wish you were drinking so we could have fun again." The entire lifestyle change had an effect, and the need to go from about 200 miles per hour to 15 was rough, and it radiated to the people around me. As I say that now, though, and looking back, I'm very happy that I didn't shy away from showing my heart monitor, telling friends to go on without me, and deciding to quit drinking. I knew that what I was experiencing was impactful, required my attention, and in reality, made sure that I was putting my health first. Before ARVC, I was very involved in sports and was athletic. I loved going outside, and my mom even used staying indoors as a form of punishment when I would do something bad. As a child, I had several vasovagal episodes, but I was always given the okay by doctors. It wasn't until my sudden cardiac arrest 3 years ago in San Francisco when my ARVC presented itself. I was out with friends at a San Francisco speakeasy, having fun and enjoying conversation, where I lost consciousness for a moment. I experienced a sharp pain in my chest and thought, that was weird. But ate and drank the night away while roaming the hills of San Francisco. Still feeling the pain in my chest, I went to sleep thinking that everything would be fine until the next morning I realized that something might be wrong. We arrived at the BART station and I had collapsed soon after I got on the train. My friend, who recognized the symptoms of cardiac arrest, made a coordinated effort to get me to the hospital. My heart rate was 236 beats per minute, and I was defibrillated twice after doctors tried other solutions to slow my heart rate down. My ICD was put in a day later, after meeting the criteria and officially being diagnosed with ARVC. Now, my bad days are bad days. I don't have the energy. My brain sends me signals to run and get out there, but my body can't keep up. I have anxiety from the harsher arrhythmias and PVC storms, and my symptoms haven't changed much since the sudden cardiac arrest. I've been managing my symptoms with a combination of going slower, taking care of myself, and plenty of therapy. I find places to go when I'm struggling and work on my breathing. Some of my fears are going into cardiac arrest when no one is around or triggering an ICD shock from overexertion. As I said before, I was very athletic, and if I could, again, I'd play soccer and I'd run forever. I'd take every opportunity I could to get outside, push myself, and enjoy the feel of challenging myself. I'd never shy away from a bike ride, a hike, CrossFit, any of it. I'd run like Forrest Gump and play as much soccer as Pele. What I fear the most as I get older is that I won't be able to keep up since my disease is progressive. It can progress slowly, or I can go into heart failure early. I want to be there with my partner and with the people around me for as long as I can without hindering them. What frustrates me the most is the uncertainty.
Hi, I'm Adam. Like far too many families, mine has been deeply impacted by ARVC. Diagnosed in 2018, the impact on us began well before this four-letter acronym was first heard in our family. It was June 2001. My high school sweetheart and wife of 7 years, Jackie, and I were side by side on the outfield of a recreational softball game. When I last looked over at Jackie on this hot, humid day, she was slumped in a pile on the turf. Despite being at her side in less than 30 seconds, and despite a fellow player and trained firefighter administering CPR in less than 90 seconds, Jackie's first and only cardiac arrest had just robbed her of her last breath in that moment. And so our journey began. Jackie was only 31 years old. Our 3 and 1-year-old sons were on the playground, meters away, oblivious to the event that consumed the attention and emotions of the hundreds on and around the field that day. If only there'd been an AED on site. Fast forward 17 years. After attempting to carve out a childhood for Greg, now 20, and Ben, now 18, for which their mom was not a part of, I received the dreaded phone call at work one day that Greg had experienced a sudden cardiac arrest, without warning. Over the next 10 days in the cardiac intensive care unit, Greg suffered 3 more cardiac arrests, all of which I was present for. And for the very first time, I heard the acronym ARVC. After hearing about Jackie's fate, the electrophysiologist suspected with obvious hesitation and caution that this particular condition may have been responsible for both tragic events. 6 weeks after his first arrest, Greg was discharged from hospital with a thorough course of meds and a subcutaneous ICD installed. Next stop, the genetic counselor. Thanks to the diligence of the chief coroner's office, a slide of Jackie's heart tissue was also recovered, having been collected 17 years earlier. A couple of months later, Greg and Jackie both tested positive for the DSP genetic mutation known to be associated with ARVC. A few months following that, our youngest son, Ben, along with both of Jackie's siblings and 3 out of 4 of her nieces and nephews, were also found to be gene positive. With 7 living members of our family now genetically diagnosed, and with ages ranging from 7 to 45, the importance of unique patient-focused treatment was obvious. In addition to Greg having a subcutaneous ICD, one of his uncles had the same installed, while the other had a traditional leaded ICD installed because his specific needs demanded it. At present, none of the 4 younger members of the family have ICDs, each not showing enough evidence to warrant the procedure and treatment, at least according to the doctors. This part is tough, finding the balance between protecting our kids and allowing them to live as normal lives as possible. It can be excruciating. Each of the 7 members of the family are currently being treated with medicine based on their own unique progression of the condition as well. In all, potassium, magnesium, xylitol, bisoprolol, and metoprolol have all been used to manage Greg's risk. Ben has been exclusively on bisoprolol since his diagnosis 4 years ago, with slight changes to the dosing along the way. Another component to managing individual risk in our family, to varying degrees, have been adaptations to exercise activity. Greg and Ben have always been racket sport enthusiasts. Feeling safe with his meds and ICD, Greg sought out his own balance between living his life to the fullest and keeping himself from harm's way. For Greg, this meant still playing some tennis and badminton, but less often and with less intensity. In 2019, Greg also successfully sought his cardiologist's support in the pursuit of completing a triathlon, much to my dismay. He did end up completing his first and only sprint triathlon that same year. Any conversation about treatment could not be complete without referencing mental health. Within our family, there are varying thoughts, images, grief, PTSD, and other realities associated with the condition, and we all have our own individual needs in terms of how we deal with it. Some go to bed afraid they won't wake up in the morning. September 2020, almost exactly 2 years since Greg's first 4 cardiac arrests. I get the call again. Greg felt his ICD activate, called 911 himself, then passed out while on the phone. Despite his ICD attempting to restart his heart 30 times, the muscle did not respond on its own. In the hour that it took paramedics to reach Greg in his apartment to report vital signs and to get his heart pumping again, he had endured a severe anoxic brain injury. My 22-year-old engineering student, passionate about making the world a better place, whether through his work in rural Ugandan birthing units to save new mothers' lives, or designing an airlock to sustain future life on Mars, was now in a vegetative state. Having recently turned 25, Greg now lives in a long-term care facility and is minimally responsive on his best days, requiring staff to perform all of his basic needs. No parent, no grandparent, no sibling, no spouse should ever have to fear what my family continues to endure. We all need things to change, and we need it to change now. From the bottom of our collective hearts, as fragile as they may be, I thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Adam, for sharing Greg's story, and to all of our panelists who were so brave to be first to speak today and share your and your loved ones' experiences with ARVC. Now that we've heard those stories, it's our first opportunity in today's meeting to broaden the discussion and invite all of you in our live audience, people living with ARVC and their caregivers, to share your individual experiences with ARVC. To get us all kind of collectively thinking about this and get a sense of your collective experiences, we're going to start off this session with a pair of polling questions. So for those of you who were with us earlier, you can go back to that webpage. If you've just joined us, for patients and caregivers only, please go to www.pollev.com/ARVC-PFDD. Again, that URL, you can open up a tab on your web browser, do this on your phone on a web browser. go to pollev.com/ARVC PFDD. Our first polling question for you as part of this topic 1 discussion on what it is to live with ARVC. We want to know which of the following ARVC-related health effects do you or your loved one experience? And please select all that apply here. The options are A, arrhythmias or palpitations, B, chest pain or pressure, C, shortness of breath, D, lightheadedness, dizziness, or fainting, E, fatigue, F, fluid retention issues or swelling in the legs, G, a persistent cough, H, exercise intolerance, I, weight loss or weight gain, J, anxiety or depression, K, sudden cardiac arrest, or L, some other ARVC-related health effect that you or your loved one experience that's not otherwise listed on this slide. And again, we want you to here select all of the different health effects that you or your loved one with ARVC experience. So we'll give you some time to get this in. One thing I want to note whenever we're seeing a polling question like this, where our respondents have the option to select more than one option, you're seeing a percentage of total responses. So for example, for arrhythmias and A, that's not 16% of people that have experienced an arrhythmia, but that's 16% of our total responses. So what I ask for us to do today is look at the bars as kind of a relative ranking to one another. And in doing that, it looks like some of our top most experienced symptoms by our audience today are those A, arrhythmias and palpitations. We see kind of after that, lightheadedness, dizziness, and fainting, fatigue, and anxiety and depression being up there. Close behind that is exercise intolerance. I think what we also see is just how many different symptoms are experienced by individuals with ARVC. Every single one of these has been selected by some number of people, including some other things that weren't listed. And so we want to hear about this wide range of different symptoms, and particularly how living with multiple symptoms even impacts you or your loved one. We can move to our next polling question. So here you might recognize the response options. Here, though, we want you to select the top 3 most burdensome ARVC-related health effects that you have or your loved one have. So the options again are A, arrhythmias and palpitations, B, chest pain or pressure, C, shortness of breath, D, lightheadedness, dizziness or fainting, E, fatigue, F, fluid retention or swelling in the legs, G, persistent cough, H, exercise intolerance, I, weight loss or gain, J, anxiety or depression, K, sudden cardiac arrest, or L, again, some other ARVC-related health effect that you or your loved one have that represents one of the top 3 most burdensome of those different health effects. I promise that these questions will get more difficult to answer, and I think this one will be having to weigh multiple things that you're living with and might be impacting your life. While results are still trickling in, it looks like perhaps the top of the top 3 most burdensome ARVC-related health effects are arrhythmias and palpitations, followed by fatigue and anxiety or depression. We see after that maybe another kind of cluster is exercise intolerance, lightheadedness, dizziness and fainting, and shortness of breath. But importantly, each and every one of these things is in somebody's or some number of people's top 3 most burdensome health effects. So each of these things are having a large impact or the greatest impact in people's lives. And so whether you're someone that picked arrhythmias and palpitations or someone that picked persistent cough, which was perhaps our lowest rated item here, we want to hear about what those impacts are and why you, in your experience, decided to select that response option. So if you'd like to share with us your experiences with these different ARVC-related symptoms and health effects, at this time I'd like to invite you to call in and have your voice heard as part of this discussion today. You can call in now or at any point throughout our discussion by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. When you call in, you'll have a chance to get talk to someone to get put into our queue, and then we'll do our best to bring you into the program as soon as we have an opportunity to. We want to hear your voices. I'd like to also mention that under the live stream on the webpage you're on today, following along, there's also a comment box, a written comment box. You can enter in written comments to any of the topics we're discussing today, and we'll get to see those, and we'll be sharing and reading out some of those throughout the program. Know, even if we don't get to your comment today, that it's important that we have it because we can then use that and reference it in our Voice of the Patient summary report. So while some of you are hopefully calling in, writing in at this time, I'd now like to introduce and welcome a panel of your peers who have joined us by Zoom to help us start this discussion. And so as we're now thinking about maybe what some of these top symptoms and health effects that are a result of ARVC, maybe we can start with you, Cassidy. You know, what stood out to you? What was maybe at the top of your list?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, my name is Cassidy. I'm calling from Scottsdale, Arizona, and I am 20 years old living with arrhythmogenic left ventricular cardiomyopathy. So I am affected by the DSP gene mutation. And the symptoms that I'm most affected by in my day-to-day life are actually chest pain and pressure. And I also experience a lot of anxiety surrounding the condition. It occurred at the onset of my diagnosis. And in my day-to-day life, I really experience anxiety related to experiencing another ventricular tachycardia after my first event, and also experiencing any damage to my ICD, which I actually had implanted only 2 weeks ago today. So I've been kind of struggling to manage how to deal with the lead and the device and to get comfortable in my own body again. So I think those are the most persistent symptoms daily for me.
Sure. Cassidy, thank you for sharing that. I'd like to probe a little bit about some of these top impacts for you, maybe starting with the chest pain. Is that something you experience on a daily basis, or is this something that kind of pops up once or a couple times a week or month?
For me, it depends on the day. Sometimes it feels like indigestion, but it also to me signals that perhaps like a non-sustained VT is about to occur, or I'm about to have PVCs. And I've actually discussed with some other folks with the DSP gene mutation that the chest pain and pressure comes from the kind of swelling of the heart muscle in our mutation. So I believe that's why I experience it for the most part, but it's kind of a daily thing for me, but it does fleet, like it comes and goes. So fortunately it's not consistent in my case, but I try to do what I can to prevent the chest pain. I try not to take any Advil or anything like that to alleviate it. But by managing like the foods that I'm eating and stuff like that, I can kind of help prevent it.
Well, that actually leads into my next kind of question about this to kind of better help understand your experience with the chest pain. Are there things, sounds like maybe certain foods, but are there other things that, you kind of find are associated with, days where you do have the chest pain? I was going to ask, is it something that you wake up kind of, feeling like you're having that, or that it might occur, or are there other external factors that you kind of might influence or impact having that symptom?
Yeah, I think a lot of us can speak to the fact that our condition and our symptoms are triggered by stress and anxiety-induced environments. And I have been in pre-med education for the last 3 years. I was just accepted to medical school this year, and I find that I experience the most chest pain when I have a big exam coming up, or a big presentation, or I have a lab project due. And that is truly what triggers my chest pain. So in my case, it's not as much like the exercise part or just day-to-day chores or activities. It's more when I feel the stress and I can feel like the anxiety kind of being induced by these external situations like school and work and things like that that are more stressful in my life. So by being able to practice like mindfulness and meditation, I'm able to also help alleviate those symptoms by not having too much stress and anxiety about school more than I need to.
Sure. Well, Cassidy, thank you so much for sharing that and helping us understand a little bit better. I'd like to bring Susan into this discussion, on, thinking about the whole wide range of different symptoms and health effects that people with ARVC are living with. What are the top or most burdensome ones for you?
Well, like Cassidy, I have the DSP mutation and have left-sided, or had left-sided arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy because I've since had a transplant, so I no longer have the disease. But the two biggest symptoms that I struggled with were fatigue and just arrhythmias. My first symptom that I had any problem with my heart was sudden cardiac arrest when I was 41.
Wow.
And unfortunately, my neighbor, who's an anesthesiologist, was able to perform CPRs, and then I actually survived. And so then once I got over the sudden cardiac arrest and out of a coma and hospital, et cetera, the primary symptom I had was fatigue, major fatigue. Like some days couldn't get out of bed, couldn't take my kids, couldn't drive carpool, couldn't go to soccer games, you name it. I didn't do. I also had to give up my career because, as Cassidy mentioned, stress is really bad for this disease. And I had a very stressful, high-powered job and was not able to go back to that after the sudden cardiac arrest.
Wow. Well, thank you, Susan, for sharing that. Would like to understand some of those things a little better as well. You started off saying kind of the top symptoms, of course, after the sudden cardiac arrest were both fatigue and arrhythmias. You kind of gave us some sense of the range of impacts of fatigue. For the arrhythmias, was that something that kind of went hand in glove with fatigue? Is that something that you experience separately? Maybe a bad day for arrhythmias was different than a bad day for fatigue. Can you maybe just paint that picture for us a little bit?
Well, sure. It was all new to me. I had my sudden cardiac arrest in July of 2015, and nobody knew exactly what had caused this, and especially the doctors. They sent me to cardiac rehab. And for those of you who have been in cardiac rehab, part of that is exercise. And I was on the elliptical, and that was the first time that I got shocked. And so the arrhythmias, they came and went. So I got on medication then for arrhythmias, and so I was pretty good for about a year and a half. Okay. And I assumed that if I didn't do any exercise, I was, in the clear, I could control the arrhythmias. Until I was getting my haircut one day, and out of the blue, sitting in the chair, everything went dark, and suddenly I kind of came to, and I realized that I was having trouble breathing. So I had to tell my hairdresser that, I couldn't breathe. And he knew about my heart situation, so he went and got me water, and before I knew it, then I had been shocked again. So that was very anxiety producing because I realized I couldn't control it. Like, this didn't happen just when I exercised. It now happened when I was doing something that most people would consider relaxing, getting your hair cut.
Wow. No, thank you for helping me understand that. I also just feel like I have to ask the question because it's such a jarring thing to hear. Your first symptom was sudden cardiac arrest. I mean, what was it like, not knowing you had this, cardiac condition, for that to be the first thing that you really experienced and, had to, bounce back from?
It was shocking. First of all, so I don't remember anything of the day of my cardiac arrest. I was literally on my way to work. I had my 8-year-old son in the back seat of the car. And the last thing I said to my nanny, because I had 3 kids, was, I'm running late. And little did I know that I would never make it to work that day or ever again.
Goodness.
So yeah, it was shocking. And then, I woke up in the hospital after being in, I had temperature management protocols, so basically cooled down to help preserve the brain function. And, so when I came to in the hospital, it was like, how did I get here? What happened? I mean, the only times I'd ever been in a hospital before that happened was when I knew the birth of 3, kids.
Right.
So it was, it was a major life altering, thing that happened to me. But I'm so grateful that I actually survived, because as we heard before, not everyone survives.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, how long after that, did it take, you said you never went back to work. So, how long did it take for you to realize that, this was going to have that lasting impact? You were going to have to make those major, life choices, alterations in a very big way. Was that kind of right away, or is that you gradually realized
Well, I
that?
remember talking in the hospital when I came out of the coma from after the cardiac arrest. I asked one of the doctors, well, when can I go back to work? Because it's kind of translation of when is my life going to get back to normal? And the doctor said 4 months, at the earliest. And I was like, what? Like, I didn't even take 4 months off when I had my kids. So it was really shocking. And then fast forward to getting shocked in cardiac rehab, and then, going to another hospital and seeing more doctors.
Yeah.
And that's when it was, so I had my cardiac arrest in July, and in January, flew to Cleveland and saw doctors there. And that's when I realized, the doctor was like, you're not getting better. Like, this is it. 80% of people with heart failure like you have maintain where they are, 10% get worse, 10% get better. And he was like, since we've not seen any improvement in your heart function, because not only was I having arrhythmias, but I also had very low ejection fraction. And so at that point, that's when I realized that, I wasn't going to get better.
Yeah. Wow, incredible to hear. Thank you so much, Susan. Just to continue to try to explore and understand, what are these most burdensome symptoms of living with ARVC. Regina, I'd like to now ask you to weigh in on this topic, whether it's something that has already been said, or something that might have been different in what you were thinking. Would love to hear that.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Regina. I'm from Pennsylvania. I was not officially diagnosed with ARVC at the age of 34 about 8 years ago. It took a little while to come around to the diagnosis, but eventually came around to that diagnosis, and have had an ICD since that time. So I answered probably, the top 3, like a lot of other people answered, with arrhythmias, palpitation, anxiety, depression, and fatigue. And I think, much like Cassidy said, the arrhythmias often go hand in hand with anxiety surrounding our condition, and one tends to precipitate the other. So that's definitely a struggle with ARVC and those of us who live with this, because it's hard to know which comes first. You're having lots of palpitations and arrhythmia that can stir some anxiety for whatever reason, whether that's ICD shocks, etc. And then, being worked up and having that adrenaline really then precipitates more arrhythmias. So, those are probably the main symptoms that I struggle with on a day-to-day basis. It has evolved since my diagnosis 8 years ago to what kind of my primary concerns are in a day-to-day, in everyday world. But those are the main symptoms that I have lived with and continue to live with. Sure.
Well, one thing that you just said really struck me, which is this, not knowing. It's kind of the chicken, the egg kind of conundrum of, is the anxiety, triggering the arrhythmia or palpitation, or, is having that giving me the anxiety, which further precipitates it. You said the obvious example is where you get a shock, and that's, then anxiety inducing. Are there any other things that you can think of that, you feel or experience that trigger that anxiety, that maybe let you know you're having arrhythmia or palpitations?
Sure. Yeah. I think stress, again, kind of going back to what Susan said, the stress of just everyday life. And Cassidy, you being, pre-med and eventually going into medical education, I'm a physician assistant have been for 20 years. And I actually recently just had a major career change, and because of the stress of my, just my position working in medicine, have had to step away from that a bit. So I think just the stress of everyday life, and we can't eliminate that.
Right.
So that's challenging because we have, whether it's our providers or our family say, live an easy life, have no stress. Well, like, it doesn't matter what you do. So, we can just do our best to try to mitigate that somewhat and find what works for us, because that's different for everyone.
Right.
But I know, when I was diagnosed, they didn't know it was ARVC right away. And I was just like, I'm getting back to my everyday life. And to me, that's what I needed to do. And it kind of, evolved over the past 8 years where, it's not always the best option based on our symptoms and progression.
Sure. Well, Regina, thank you so much for sharing all of that and helping us understand both some of your progression, but also, the relationship between these symptoms. Not only is it experiencing multiple things, but really that interconnectedness we're starting to hear about. It's really interesting. I do see that we're getting a lot of written comments that are coming in, so I do want to check with you, Genevieve. What are we seeing?
So Michelle from North Carolina talks about the fatigue also. She says, the fatigue caused by the heart failure from ARVC impacts my life the most. On my worst days, I struggle to do normal household tasks, such as doing the laundry or vacuuming, but even on good days, I am limited by how far I can walk and have a limited ability to go upstairs and inclines. I can't do the things I most want to do. And then we had Louis from Italy, and he says, when I experience arrhythmias at night, I have difficulty to sleep. When I experience them in the day, I feel fatigued and have to lay down. So it's kind of going back, like both Regina and Susan and Cassidy said, it's almost like a vicious circle of trying to figure out what causes what, but all of them impact their days. We also have Marcia from California, and she talks about her symptoms. She says, I was an active person for years, and then suddenly started becoming lightheaded, short of breath, and things just escalated. And like the rest, like Regina mentioned, it took her a while to get a diagnosis also.
Wow. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in. We'll continue to check in and share more of those comments throughout our program. So please continue to write in with those. And if you'd like to share, we'd love to hear from you live on the program. Again, you can call in and share your experiences with us by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. But I'm want to check back in here with our Zoom panel. Val, as you're listening to this conversation, I'd be interested as you're really thinking about those direct symptoms and health effects. Is there anything that you'd like to share as being particularly burdensome, or maybe something we haven't heard so much about yet?
No, I think I can basically agree. I've experienced everything that all the other panelists have shared. My anxiety and fatigue are the two main issues in my day-to-day living. And on good days, I'm limited, and on bad days, I'm completely useless. And that is basically the way my life goes. I worked in the fitness industry. So I was constantly on the go. I couldn't sit for more than 2 minutes. I was that kind of an individual. And my first understanding or happening of my heart happened in 2019. I had sudden cardiac arrest and was put in a coma for a week. And I was in the hospital for a month. That kind of thing. I was given an ICD. They had difficulty placing it. The only thing they shared, my recollection, was that the surgeon shared there was a number of dead zones in my heart. So it was tricky for him to place it. I was diagnosed approximately 9 months later with a DSP mutation. And a year after that, I was also diagnosed with congestive heart failure. So I've dramatically changed my lifestyle, which has been no small task, and it's still an ongoing process. But I'm learning to find just a lot of beauty and joy in those different things in life. And so I'm trying to take the good, but it's oftentimes very a big struggle, not being able to do what I want to do and resume the life that gave me joy previously. So that is, very similar to what everybody else has shared.
Yeah. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask a little bit about something that you both started and finished with in sharing there, which was, I think you started off by saying, on my good days or my best days, I'm limited, and on my worst days, I'm worthless or useless. I forget exactly which word you used. And then, of course, you were also talking there about how, while you've made many adaptations, there's still a lot that you would want to do that you are limited in doing. So I guess maybe could you help us describe, maybe even understand what that, those best days where you say I'm still limited, what does that mean for you? What are there certain symptoms that are worse those days, are still existent even if it isn't the worst of those symptoms you experience?
So my world has gotten incredibly small since being diagnosed with this condition. I have my anxiety has really related to this condition. I've walked around many times feeling like a ticking time bomb, which isn't a pleasant state of mind to be in. And it's hard to focus on anything when you're on high alert, ready for contraction, chest pain. I get something that I describe as a flick, and that's I'm being paced. And once that happens, I am completely unable to pay attention with any degree of focus on any topic, conversation, task, what have you. I'm completely consumed with what's going on in my body. On my good days, yes, I can get out. I can walk the dog a little bit. I am highly aware of my body, and I have my phone and a bottle of water on me at all times if I'm going just even 2 blocks from my house, because I'm always worried, what if something happens? Who's going to get to me? Just a constant state of readiness for preparing for the worst kind of mentality is how I walk around. On my worst days, I am seated on a couch, and I do a lot of meditative type of and affirmation type of work to help reset my mind. But the chest tightness, what I call tightness, cramping, flicks, will set me off, and that will just worsen the entire day from that point forward. It does happen very frequently, more than I'd like to admit. And on a weekly basis, I would say somewhere between 4 and 7 days, I will have that kind of experience, which makes being present for others and part of a family and having social connections challenging.
Sure. Thank you so much for sharing, Val. I do see that we have a phone caller. We have Alice from actually Washington, D.C., living with ARVC, that would like to share some of the greatest impacts of this condition on her life. So I'd like to welcome Alice to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, great. Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say that I appreciate everyone's stories being shared, and I can relate to almost all of them, unfortunately. Yeah. And I think it's really good that everyone is sharing these things that we feel very alone in feeling, because it is hard to explain to people that don't know what you're going through, that have healthy bodies, kind of how it feels. And I know before this, like many others, I was very active and athletic, and I was maybe not the kindest to people that I perceived as being healthy but weren't, and it's been a learning experience for myself for kind of understanding, what can really be going on in our bodies. And so I really resonate with everything that everyone has talked about, but I did want to share kind of something on a hopefully more positive note, because I do feel like obviously there's a really high aspect of doom and gloom to this disease that we have, and it's hard to find the bright side. So I was hoping that by sharing my experience, it might help someone. So essentially, I was 24 when I had a cardiac arrest.
Wow.
And after that, I was in a coma for a month. Then I received a sub-ICD because I didn't have any symptoms of ARVC aside from the cardiac arrest.
Right.
And I wasn't diagnosed for about 2 years later when I got shocked by the device at the gym. And this didn't really set me back too far mentally, because I was like, okay, I pushed it too far. This happened. However, about a year later, I had 30 shocks from my device.
Oh my goodness.
6 one day and then 25 a couple days later. And it took me about 3 years to mentally recover from that. I think the first year after, I was in a despondent funk for about a year, and I would not even want to get up to go to the bathroom. I would try to get up as infrequently as possible. Taking a shower was like an act of God. It was a really, really, really horrible year.
Yeah.
And I think, the mental health component is really important. And I got on antidepressants, and I take Xanax as well. Even just listening to some of the stories people have shared can spike my anxiety, and I have to,
Yes.
I really feel for everyone here. But I just wanted to say, after that 3 years, I've been able to, with mental health counseling and with medication, have some positives. Like, I finished my master's degree. It took me 4 years instead of 2 years, but I was able to finish it. I was able to go do my thesis field research. So I went to Tanzania for 2 weeks, and I was actually able to complete my research in the field. I am an environmental biologist, so my job has changed considerably because I can't go out in the field by myself.
Mm-hmm.
I went with my professor, so then it was fine. But, I can't really do the thing that I went to school for, but I've been lucky to find another job. So, I can really relate to everyone saying that they had to give up some aspects of their career. And it's a really disheartening thing. But in addition to that, I've also been able to do some other kind of personal goals. Like, I went, one of my dreams is to go to Australia. So I went and I was able to snorkel at the Great Barrier Reef. And it wasn't in the way that I would have wanted to. Of course, I was like, I want to dive and scuba dive and do all these things and be free. But I was able to speak with the people, tell them what happened. And I had a guide that essentially took me around and did all of the kind of heavy lifting and swimming for me. So I guess the point of this is just that there can be positives in your life. It's hard to admit that you need help, or it's hard to tell someone, I have a rare heart condition. Can you please help me? Because I'm a 30-year-old person that looks healthy, and it's really hard to ask for help. But I want to share this as an opportunity to say, things can be positive. It's not going to be positive in the way that you imagine for yourself. I never imagined myself at 30 with intense PTSD, taking heart failure medication and antiarrhythmic medication. But I was happy to turn 30. I felt proud of myself that I made it this far after 5 years of treatment. And I guess I wanted to share something positive, that you can still do good things for yourself, even if they're modified with this disease.
Yes.
So I hope that's helpful for some people. And I guess that's really what I just hope to share, because everyone's story is so heartbreaking. So trying to carve out those moments of whatever success we can is so important.
Yeah. Well, Alice, thank you so much for calling and sharing that. It is helpful to, and you did share this, help us understand some of the impacts that, ARVC had on your life, and still to this day has, and that's really helpful for us, in the context of this meeting, to be able to, know where potential treatments might be able to be helpful, and even hearing, some of the great and wonderful things that you are doing, albeit in a slightly maybe different way than you had originally envisioned. I think we can all hope, to even improve and give you greater opportunities from there. So I really appreciate you calling in and sharing both ends of the spectrum. And I know as we're hearing, there is so much, anxiety and, that mental health component of this. And so we really do, recognize that this is a difficult day. And maybe I'll just ask Genevieve really quickly to kind of speak to that and what the SADS Foundation is planning, to bring this community together to kind of after today's session.
Yes. So at the end of the session, we have planned a support group for anybody who would like to stay and attend. And at the end of the meeting, there will be instructions on how to do that. But this is something that we've put a lot of thought in. If we've talked to many of you and heard your stories and felt your heartbreak as you've shared those stories, we knew that today would be difficult, not only to share your story, but to hear everyone else's stories. And so we want to provide that support. We have a counselor that actually has ARVC, and she will be taking the time afterwards to lead that support group and give you the chance to voice things that you've heard and feelings that you've felt over the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. So one thing I think, Alice really hit on was, some of the different activities that she can do, but requires some modification or doing it differently, or maybe not as fully as she had originally hoped. And so I do want to broaden our discussion and actually focus in and hear more about the impacts on activities. But before we do that, I do just knowing that we have continued to get a lot of written comments in. I want to check with you, Genevieve. Anything else you want to share with us that we're hearing from the web?
Many of the comments were expressing the same symptoms that the panel has expressed, but there was one comment from Gary from New Jersey, and he talks about a couple of symptoms that have not been talked about. He says, a daily overall discomfort, nausea, edema, exhaustion, and he's unable to concentrate or keep his eyes open and unable to engage in physical activity.
Wow.
So.
Yes, so a wide range of impacts. We've heard so much in terms of some of those, many of the shared impacts, but as well some of those maybe less common ones as well. So at this point, I want to invite you to go back to that web page that you opened with the polling link. If you have not been able to access that yet, or you've just joined us, if you're someone living with ARVC or a direct caregiver, we invite you to go to www.pollev.com/ARVC PFDD, and you'll be able to access now the next polling question we'd like to address. So again, you can go to pollev.com/ARVC PFDD. So the question we'd like to ask you to give feedback here is on the impacts on activities in daily life. Maybe this is a result of one or two of those major symptoms. Maybe it's a constellation of things. Maybe you can't even pinpoint exactly which symptom is making these things difficult. But here we'd like to know, what are the top 3 activities that are most important to you that you're not able to participate in, either to the degree that you would like as a result of your ARVC. The options are A, walking, B, exercising, C, participation in sports, D, social interaction and participation, E, attending school or work, F, being sexually active, G, performing your job, H, traveling outside of your home area, or I, some other activity that's important to you that you're not able to participate in to the degree that you would like due to your ARVC. And again, please select the top 3 of those. So while results are still trickling in, it looks like perhaps the top most important activities that are limited as a result of our audience's ARVC as first exercising, and after that participation in sports. Then we're seeing some other top activities that are impacted social interaction and participation, as well as performing my job and traveling outside of my home area. But again, as we're continuing to see here throughout these polling questions, each and every one of these different activity impacts are in somebody's top 3, including other things that we haven't had don't have listed on this slide. So we'd like to hear from you now about this range of different impacts on activities of daily living. Of course, you can continue to share your impacts of those direct symptoms and health effects too. We know that all of these are related. So if you would like to share your impacts on activities, you can call in. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to hear from you. But to get us started on this topic, I'd like to now go back to our Zoom panel. And Shelley, we haven't had a chance to hear from you yet, so I'd love to start off on this topic as you think about the different activities in daily life, whether it's kind of the more everyday things, or some of the bigger picture, things like work and relationships. Would love to hear from you. What comes, rises to the top in your mind.
My name is Shelley, and I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. So as I listen to everyone's stories, obviously I can identify, but also I feel a little bit different in that I'm older. So I was not diagnosed until I was 62. I had no symptoms at all during my life, and my parents didn't either. And I'm gene elusive. So my daughters cannot be tested for anything specific, so they have a different protocol. So at 62, the sports person that I was not, when I was younger, I wasn't in any kind of competitive sports. I thought it was a good idea at 62 to be doing high intensity interval training. So I don't know if that's what actually made my disease manifest, but I had my event on, at the gym when I was exercising. And I didn't have what most people are describing. I was awake and alert, comfortable, but awake and alert with beats, heartbeats over 200 for several hours. So I went to the emergency room and, I got an ICD put in after several days of MRI testing and so forth. So it's been 10 years and I'm on medication and have been relatively stable, I guess you would say. I had one shock right after I got the ICD put in and none since, in about 9 years. But as other people have stated, I live with a lot of anxiety, which I had prior, wasn't new. So I already had a foundation for that. And so my activities, I'm a very active person for my age. So exercise is still my number one challenge and what has changed so much. And for me in particular, at my age, with being in retirement and my husband retiring, it has really affected, because he has no limitations, our travel. And he likes to go away and unplug and be out in the wilderness. He's an outdoor person. Yeah. And I'm not comfortable doing that. So there are a lot of compromises in terms of our travel.
Right.
And even when he's gone and I'm here by myself, I tend to have more anxiety because I'm always concerned that something bad might happen when he's not here. So those are the things that impact me the most.
So the first thing of the kind of activity impacts that you mentioned, Shelley, was that exercise is limited for you, and that's something for someone who is so active, is a big impact. Is that really one, can you maybe describe, what can you do, what do you limit, and where you do limit what you're doing, do you base that off of how you're feeling, or do you just kind of have certain things that you won't do because you know that they're kind of contraindicated for people with ARVC?
All of what you said, a little bit of everything. And I do quite a bit, and I'm grateful that I can do as much as I can, because I know it sounds like other people cannot. My disease has not progressed 10 years, what I've been told, and that I am, semi-stable. But what's hard is, and I know it's for all of us, is that whole thing of when I ask my doctor, okay, I've been stable for 5 years, I haven't had any shocks or pacing. Does that mean I'm good to go? And the answer is always no. And I don't know why I ask it anymore, because, so it's like today's okay, but we never know what tonight's going to be, what tomorrow's going to be. Yeah. And it's that that drives a lot. So when I'm on days that I'm feeling really great, I go out there and do what I can do. And other days I just call them my bad medicine days, because sometimes the medication that is quite strong that I take, makes me, feel, some chest tightness and other kinds of symptoms can mimic the medication symptoms, can mimic the disease symptoms.
And Shelley, can you maybe give us some examples when you say on the better days you go out and you do what you can do? What does that look like? What's an example or some examples of what you can do versus maybe where you draw the line?
Yeah, I'm a big hiker, big walker and hiker. And again, at my age, I have 2 other chronic diseases that I have to incorporate into my life. And one of them is osteoporosis. So exercise, particularly weight bearing, is extremely important to me. And so I hike, and I have some really big trails with hills up and down 1,000 feet and down. Wow. That I try and do 2 to 3 times a week. Okay. And, I challenge myself with that. That's probably the most strenuous activity that I do. And then I have other activities, but they aren't near as strenuous as that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Shelley, for sharing all of that and helping us understand, your experiences, both in terms of some of those, symptoms from the very beginning, and then, of course, the impacts on daily life. I do see that we have a caller. We have Kathy from Seattle, who's living with ARVC, that wants to talk about some of the impacts on activities that are now limited for her. So, Kathy, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Thank you. Yes.
Wonderful.
Shall I dive in?
Yes, please do.
So I was diagnosed at age 49, so I'm fortunate that it wasn't discovered until later in life, so I got to live a full life until then. I was an avid cyclist up until then, lived and breathed cycling, in particular mountain biking, so that was my favorite thing to do. And so obviously with the diagnosis, that had to stop. So I keep joking that I was born with terrible genes. So in addition to ARVC, I was also born with type 1 diabetes. And so I always used exercise to help manage that. So in addition to just the joy of exercise and the release of tension with exercise and all of that kind of stuff, it's also now inhibited how I manage my diabetes.
Sure. And obviously you mentioned not being able to avidly bike or mountain bike. Do you do any biking, or have you replaced that with, any other types of maybe less strenuous physical activity, particularly around managing your type 1 diabetes?
Yes, I mean, there's walking, but it's boring. So I do have an e-bike, but I always joke, everybody's like, oh, but you can e-bike. And I always joke, riding an e-bike when you're an avid cyclist is telling a runner that they can ride a Segway. I mean, it's just not the same, right? So So I do. I mean, I can do lighter exercise, obviously, and that helps manage it. But just my, the drive to get out and bike every day, I don't have that drive to get out and walk every day, unfortunately. The one thing that I have gotten into, which is kind of fun, is dog sports. So upon diagnosis, I got a dog, and so we do all kinds of fun things together. But yeah, so I can still walk. I can, do light hikes and things like that. But my passion. You don't understand. My passion was cycling. I live and breathe it. So having that taken away from me was just a punch in the gut.
And was that something that you just knew you wouldn't be able to do, or did you test the waters at all, in trying to do some more kind of vigorous exercise or cycling? Can you tell us a little bit about kind of that, the decision that you're now living with of not no longer doing that cycling?
Well, as you know, I think so for me, the thrill was getting in shape and going out and getting in shape and pushing myself. Yeah. Exercise was the joy, the tension relief, all of that. So, yes, I can go out and do an e-bike ride, but it's just not the same. It doesn't bring me the joy that I had before.
Sure. Well, Kathy, thank you so much for calling in and sharing that, what it sounds like a kind of almost, piece of your identity, that was lost as a result of this condition. So thank you for being willing to share that. I want to check in with our panel here. I'd like to maybe see with a little wave of hands anyone that would want to add to this discussion of impacts on activities or other aspects of quality of life, either building on or taking us in a different direction from what we've heard so far. Cassidy, let's start with you, and then we'll come back to you, Shelley.
Hi again. Just to quickly reemphasize, excuse me, the exercise piece.
Sure.
I just wanted to touch on something that James, you just mentioned about the identity. I was an athlete for the first 18 years of my life until I was diagnosed with ARVC. Yeah. So my identity was truly, I was an athlete, I was a runner, I was a triathlete, I was a swimmer. I was a self-proclaimed exercise addict, which is not always the healthiest thing, but being diagnosed with this condition completely threw my life in a loop. Like Val, I worked in the fitness industry in high school. I currently teach yoga, so that's kind of how I've learned to redefine my identity. Sure. And that has been something that has been so challenging for me, and I'm sure many other people on this call, is having to redefine your identity, like Kathy was saying, from being a cyclist to now having to take on a different role on the bike, whether it's an e-bike or doing other lower impact activities. Yeah. And it's been really hard for me. I suffer from very extreme body dysmorphia, and I've heard that's another common symptom of this disorder that or this disease that we didn't already discuss. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed when it comes to ARVC, is when people aren't able to exercise and move their body in the way that they want to. Body dysmorphia and other, unfortunately disordered behaviors can result from that as well. So that's just me being transparent. But I also wanted to address the social interaction and participation aspect of this condition. As a college student, I found it quite hard to adjust. I was actually diagnosed with the condition on the first day of my freshman year of college in 2020. And I pretty much was told, okay, no risky behaviors. And as a college student, that, of course, is something that's very at the forefront of your experience. And fortunately, I've always lived a relatively safe and healthy lifestyle. But having that peer pressure constantly around you as a college student, as a young person, it's really quite challenging to face the societal pressure and expectations for people to engage in more risky behaviors, like, say, drinking or drug use, which I never considered, but it is there. And engaging in the college scene and the college life has been a lot more challenging for me, coping with this condition and just being able to put myself out there without having to fear going into VTAC or, having that chest pain or feeling fatigued. going out late at night with my friends and things like that. So it's definitely put a damper on not only my personal interactions, but also just my social life in college. And I think that probably translates into not only college life, but also later years. So again, I think that all stems from kind of the anxiety aspect.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being willing to, kind of pull back the curtain there for us, and really, hear about, these range of different impacts and some things that we may not have considered. Shelley, you had raised your hand.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Cassidy, because it's interesting. At your age and at my age, the social thing is different, but yet there's the connection. So I didn't say anything about social stuff, but for me, in addition to the disease and limiting what I can do socially, we haven't discussed it all. COVID is a big question mark in my mind. So here I'm in the very high risk people for COVID and having this disease. And there are so many things, obviously, since it's new, that is unknown. So I fortunately have not had COVID, but I've been very closed in. And I'm so much more careful than anyone, even in my age group that is more high risk, because they don't know with our disease what the effects of COVID could be. And since I haven't progressed, I'm very fearful of it causing problems with the progression of the disease. So that hasn't been brought up, but socially it affects me a lot.
Right. And kind of in what ways, did that, of course, being high risk for COVID and limiting, maybe social exposures, were there things, specific things in your life that you had to cut back and stop participating in or stop doing?
Well, I never went back to my gym, and I just quit. But I'm okay. I'm doing everything I need to do at home and outside.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me are my grandchildren, honestly. I've got 3 young grandchildren, all 2 3-year-olds and a 9-year-old. And they're sick all the time. Yeah. Not with COVID necessarily, right. And they're out there, And so my exposure to them, so being with my family, and when I'm with my friends, I do everything outside primarily. I mean, it's just very stressful whenever I make any kind of arrangement. It has to be really well thought out.
I see. Thank you so much, Shelley. Anything else from our Zoom panel here on this discussion of impacts on activities of daily life, quality of life? If not, I know we've been getting a lot of written comments as well. So Genevieve, what are we seeing in terms of impacts on activities?
Yes, this is probably the topic that we've gotten the most comments on so far, and they echo exactly what our panel says. Michelle from Maine says, my daughter, now 17, was a competitive athlete, basketball, soccer, etc. She was diagnosed with ARVC at 14 years old. She was told she could no longer play any of these sports that she loved so much. The impact this has had on her and the entire family, mentally and emotionally, is something indescribable. Jason from California says, my primary stress management tool has always been exercise, but even that has been taken away from me as a stress relief method. And Sean from Nevada says, losing the freedoms of being physically active, though I have been given a green light by my medical team for cardiac rehab and being able to get into the pool and swim slightly, it is the continued progression of the disease that breaks you.
Wow. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in, and for those of you who've called in as well. We do have one more topic that I want to make sure that we cover as part of this morning session. As I had previewed a little earlier, we know that you've already lived with so much. We've heard so many of these impacts from many of you already today, both in terms of those symptoms and impacts on daily life, both from early in having the condition from first symptoms up through today. But we know that we've heard loud and clear that there's a lot of anxiety and worry that's associated with living with ARVC. And so, we'd like to, ask you to maybe help us understand those worries for the future a little bit more. So we have one final polling question for this morning session. So if you can go back to pollev.com/ARVC PFDD. We'll come back to these again in the afternoon, so you can still keep this up. But for now, what we want to ask you is, what worries you the most about your condition in the future? And we'd like for you to select the top 3. Are your greatest worries around your A, arrhythmias and palpitations, B, chest pain or pressure, or C, shortness of breath, D, lightheadedness, dizziness and fainting, E, the fatigue, F, fluid retention and swelling in legs, G, exercise intolerance, H, weight loss or gain, I, progression to advanced heart failure, J, sudden cardiac arrest, K, shortened lifespan, or L, some other worry that you have about living with ARVC that's not otherwise represented here in these different polling response options. And again, please select your top 3 greatest worries or fears for the future amongst these. Give you a few more moments here to think about this. I know it's probably very hard to narrow this down to just 3, but what's probably more important is we want to hear from you. What is driving your worries? How did these worries affect you? Knowing that this can be top of mind for, all of you on a daily basis even, we'd just like to hear a little bit about your thinking and what is driving these worries and concerns for you. As it stands, it looks like from our audience today that the top worries are progression to advanced heart failure, a shortened lifespan, sudden cardiac arrest, and maybe after that we're seeing kind of as a second tier, worries around certain symptoms like arrhythmias and palpitations, exercise intolerance, fatigue, and some other things. And as we've been seeing throughout the course of today, almost everything here is in somebody's top 3 thing that they're worried the most about in the future, with the exception of fluid retention and swelling in the legs. So at this point, if you would like to share some of and share your experiences having some of these worries and what those are, we invite you to call in and to write in. If you'd like to call in, we welcome you to join us at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. To get us started, I'd like to come to our Zoom panel while people are calling in, writing in. I'm interested, Susan, maybe to start with you. You're in a little bit of a different position than some of the people we've been hearing from throughout this morning's session, having had a transplant. I guess maybe start, how are you doing today? And then what are your, worries and concerns for the future?
Well, yes, when I heard you talking about people's top fears, progression to extreme, severe heart failure and sudden cardiac arrest, I was like, done that. Yeah. But yeah, I would say currently my biggest fears are shortened lifespan. I mean, the average age that someone lives with a heart transplant is 10 years. I'm almost 4 years in. Don't really like to think of it that way. Hope I'm going to be, one of those that last 20 plus years. And then 2, it's just prognosis of my kids. I have 3 children, and this is a genetic disease, and 2 of them have the same DSP mutation that I did. And they at least are fortunate enough to know, I was the proband in our family, meaning the first person with any that was diagnosed. Mm-hmm. So they have that going for them. So they're going to be monitored by a cardiologist annually for the rest of their life. But I worry about that, I don't want them to have to go through what I've gone through. I mean, this disease is awful.
Yes.
And even, you get a heart transplant and you have this whole new life. It's hard. I mean, I luckily was already used to taking medicine twice a day with arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, and now I have to take it 4 times a day. And, I know Shelley talked about COVID. Well, I'm immunosuppressed, so I don't even react to the vaccines that are given. I developed no antibodies after 5 vaccines. So I'm at extreme risk for COVID, and that's definitely limited my social interaction, just interaction with family, etc. And so I don't want my kids to have to go through that. So if there's anything that we could do to, have a drug that would prevent the progression, that would just be amazing. In my perspective. And then also, I constantly, now that I have a new heart, I still have a lot of the challenges like that we talked about, or that we're talked about with the anxiety, or, I think that living with arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, especially if you've gotten shocked, as you are faced over and over again with the thought that you could die or that you're about to die. And even with the heart transplant, I had to, one day I was at the doctor for 4 hours during COVID, so I was wearing a mask, wasn't able to eat or drink water. Then I had to go and run and get my hair cut. So it was kind of a frantic day, but I was like, able to do it, which is so much more than I was able to do with arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy.
Right.
But it put my new heart into tachycardia. Now, luckily, it was sinus tachycardia, but in my experience, tachycardia, whether it's just a sinus rhythm or it's ventricular, it feels exactly the same way. And that was almost 9 months after my heart transplant, and it was amazing how that just re-triggered all of the anxiety that I had when I had arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. And then on top of it, I don't have an ICD anymore.
Right.
So the panic was so much more. Like, I was like, I am going to die. And of course I was getting my hair cut. So I have had issues with getting my hair cut because, I got shocked before. And then anyway, I ended up spending a night in the hospital. And so since then I had to go through extreme therapy. Like, I actually did EMDR, and I don't know whether anybody else has done that, but it's, and that helped me tremendously. But it's a kind of therapy for people that have been, been in Iraq or, been in war, but to deal with PTSD. And if I hadn't been able to do that, if I didn't do that, my life would have been so limited because, I was on high alert 24/7. I couldn't drive my kids without going into a panic. That's something that I was going to die. That was kind of the mantra that was in my head. So even when you get through and get a heart, I got a heart transplant, I no longer have the disease. I still have a lot of the just effects of having lived with this.
Right. Absolutely. Well, Susan, thank you so much for being willing to share that. And of course, not only your concerns for yourself, but for your children as well. Regina, I'd like to check in with you on this topic. There were a lot of things listed in that polling question. There's, of course, could be other things. What maybe is your biggest worry or concern?
I think on a day-to-day basis, it's kind of the return of arrhythmia. I've been shocked a few times, and just the thought of that every day is still at the forefront of my mind, even though I've had ablations and I've overall been much better than I was when things were uncontrolled. Right. I think more in the long term, certainly I clicked progression to heart failure. That's always, in the back of my mind. And the way that affects me on a daily basis is I tend to get really stressed because I'm getting stressed. And I don't know if that makes any sense, but like if I'm getting, in some stressful situation or like work is too hard, I get stressed about the fact, well, this is going to make me like have heart failure, so if it makes any sense to those of you out there who have this condition, that is a day-to-day issue, with me, kind of like the worry upon the worry of the unknowns, I think. Right. But I also clicked other, and other, for me, when I think about being diagnosed in my 30s and kind of looking ahead, the average life expectancy for healthy women in our country, well into 70s and, even beyond. And I think about how many devices am I going to need, and what are the complications related to just device-related issues. And that's something we will all deal with. These devices were meant to be placed initially in people who probably would get one. And now there are those of us out there who are young, and we're facing these device changes every 5 to 15 years, depending. And so that's something that I kind of keep in my mind, because with each procedure comes risks, and it's just something we're going to have to deal with for a long time. So I clicked other for that.
Yeah.
And it is something that I think about often.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Regina, for sharing that. And Val, how about you? What are your worries or greatest fears? Val, I think you're on mute still.
Hi.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
No worries. We can hear you now.
So my concerns resonate completely with Regina and with Susan. I have children myself. They're in their 20s, and they're both DSP positive. And one has complied more steadily with recommendations to refrain from exercise. We all handle exercise has been a core component of each of our identities in my family. We use exercise to feel good, but also to manage stress. And so changing lifestyles has been radical for myself, but also for my children. My one son is less compliant, more in a state of denial. So I worry for him, developing, progressing. They both have cardiologists in their lives, thank God, to help monitor them at this point, and no interventions have been prescribed for either one to date. But they're also, coming of an age where they may decide to have a family. So, I'm not only concerned for them, but also for, their children, should they have children down the line. So those are the issues that, aside from my own personal fate, shortened lifespan and needing of a heart transplant, and fear of another shocking event, which that's just in the forefront of my mind continuously. More long-term, it's really just being around and making sure my kids are as safe as possible.
Absolutely.
So that's where my mind tends to center.
Sure. Thank you so much, Val. I know we're getting a number of comments in this area as well from the rest of our audience. Genevieve, what are you seeing?
Yes, many of these echo the same things that our panelists said. Sarah from Utah says, I am afraid that I will go into cardiac arrest in front of my kids and how that will affect them, especially if I don't survive. I really worry about my kids also having ARVC and how that could affect them physically and emotionally. Jennifer also states similar fears. She says, I fear not being around to see my kids grow up or being able to do all the things in life I would like to do. Ryan says, shocks, pills, ablations, heart failure, and heart transplant are things I worry about. I think about these issues at night and from the moment I wake up. Wow,
really impactful, and definitely, we're hearing a lot of the same concerns, but in the context of where each person is in their life, and a lot of worries related to family members. I think we're hearing is definitely a trend here. Cassidy, I'd like to come to you. I know you've kind of mentioned a lot of what you're already experiencing, but I know you've got already told us some of what your plans are ahead of you. What are your worries for the future?
I've been told by countless physicians and people with ARVC that entering the medical field as a physician is not probably the best career choice for me. But this is something that I've dreamed about doing since I was younger. I feel called to go into the medical field and hopefully be able to advocate for patients like ourselves one day. And that's truly why I want to continue down this path, despite the stress, despite the anxiety that it brings. I hope that I can feel prepared to deal with that stress and anxiety when that time comes. But for me, I have a lot of anxiety and worry about the uncertainty of the future and the uncertainty of this condition overall, especially having the DSP gene affected. There's a lot less information about left-sided cardiomyopathy. And, you know, it's challenging to be kind of in the minority of a condition that's already so rare. And I feel like if I maybe am traveling or outside of my comfort of my own hospitals, my own home, that physicians won't know the condition that I have, and that could perhaps prevent appropriate and effective care. So I fear for the uncertainty, and I'm hopeful that with the support of these organizations that are helping us to uplift our voices and spread the word about ARVC and ALVC and all the different types of gene mutations, and just being able to continue talking about it, that we can spread the word to more physicians and hopefully achieve better care for all of us patients, no matter where we are. It doesn't have to be at our home hospital, our home cardiologist. So that's my hope, but that is a worry that I have in the back of my head.
Sure. Well, I saw lots of nodding heads there, so I think that's both your worries and your hopes there are shared by your fellow panelists. Shelley, I'd like to give you the final word on this topic of kind of worries, concerns for the future. What would you like to share on this topic?
I just want to hit on both what Susan and Cassidy said. And just, talk about how the mental health arena for those of us that are suffering from this disease is unique in many ways. And I don't think there are enough good choices out there for help, for mental health help. And I know it's a challenge in general right now in our society. But I think that there are several people out there, I think Dr. Sears is one of them, that really recognizes how unique and different the therapy has to be for those of us that are suffering with this disease. So my hope, tagging along with what you said, Cassidy, is that there will be more of that kind of care available to us that can help us, such as EMDR and other modalities.
Thank you so much, Shelley, for adding on there. And, it's also, a good place to note that although we're coming to the end of our time together this morning, that we will be focusing on treatments and in the afternoon, and we are going to be including a wide range of treatments, not just kind of traditional, medications, medical procedures. So hopefully we'll hear more about, some of these things that have been helpful to this community, in this afternoon's discussion as well. But I'd like to give the final word this morning to those of you who have been writing in. I know even as we're wrapping up here, more comments just continue to come in. So Genevieve, do you want to share some of those?
Yes. So Andrea from Maryland says, while my child has no evidence of disease yet, we live in a state of anxiety that one day symptoms will appear. We have been advised to limit our child's involvement in sports and notify schools, camp, caregivers of the risk of arrhythmias and sudden cardiac death, to ensure that CPR and use of an AED is the go-to for any emergencies. And Jenny from Virginia says, I constantly worry about the treatments that I'm on failing and becoming a burden to my husband, kids, and aging parents. So there are definitely many fears for the future, not only for the patients themselves, but also for their kids.
Absolutely. Well, again, thank you to everybody who has joined us via Zoom, who has called in, who has written in. At this point, I think we've reached the time that we have for discussing what it is to live with ARVC. It's been a truly compelling morning of hearing from each and every one of you who have chimed in on really what it is to live with ARVC, and for me, to hear and learn so much about the interconnectedness, whether it's of the anxiety on a daily basis with the arrhythmias and palpitations and shocks, but also how the inability to exercise, and that's an outlet for handling anxiety, being limited, that plays into it as well. So we're certainly learning a lot as the day is going on, and we look forward to rejoining this afternoon after a short lunch break which will resume at 1 p.m. Eastern Time for that discussion of your current and future treatment approaches. So again, thank you, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. Good afternoon. I'm your meeting moderator, James Valentine. I'm here in the studio with my co-host, Genevieve Eccles from the SADS Foundation, and we'd like to welcome you back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on ARVC. I'd like to now turn it over to Genevieve to introduce our afternoon speaker.
This afternoon's ARVC expert is Dr. Hari Krishna Tandri, who will be discussing ARVC treatments. Dr. Tandri is Professor of Medicine in the Division of Cardiovascular Medicine at Vanderbilt University Medical Center and Director of the Cardiac Arrhythmia Program. He specializes in the diagnosis and management of ventricular arrhythmias in patients with inherited heart disease. He is an internationally recognized expert in ARVC and epicardial ventricular tachycardia ablation procedures. Dr. Tandri, over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Hari Krishna Tandri. I'm the Chief of Cardiac Electrophysiology at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. I would like to thank the SADS Foundation for giving me this opportunity. And I'd like to talk about the current treatment for arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. The goals of treatment for arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy falls in three major categories. One is to reduce the arrhythmia burden. Second is to prevent progression of right ventricular cardiomyopathy and right ventricular dysfunction. And of course, this in the long term reduces the need for heart transplantation. Now, if you live long enough with arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, the vast majority of people will experience ventricular arrhythmias. In this study, in a follow-up of about 6 to 8 years, about 70% experienced ventricular arrhythmia at least once during their lifetime. Current armamentarium we have for management of arrhythmias are beta blockers, antiarrhythmic drugs, radiofrequency catheter ablation, and if all of these fails, we use something called cardiac sympathetic denervation to treat patients with arrhythmias. Now, why do we treat arrhythmias in ARVC? Not only to reduce the ICD shocks, but ICD shocks appear to have a substantial effect on quality of life. Lots and lots of patients with arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy who have ICDs and who have ICD shocks have major depression, and PTSD is quite common in this population. Now, PTSD not only reduces quality of life, but in this study, if you look at the survival graphs, patients who had high PTSD levels had lower long-term survival, indicating an important need to treat ventricular arrhythmias and arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. Beta blockers are the commonest drugs used in arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. If you think about it, patients have when they exercise, have excessive adrenaline, and it has a bad impact on the heart, especially in ARVC. They act by blocking the cardiac beta receptors and reduce adrenaline-derived ventricular arrhythmias or adrenergically driven ventricular arrhythmias. And we often use beta blockers in all patients with ARVC. The downsides for beta blockers are they're poorly tolerated, and there are clearly no randomized trials showing benefit of beta blockers in this cohort. Flecainide is currently the most common antiarrhythmic drug used in ARVC. Flecainide blocks sodium channels within the heart and also blocks something called the ryanodine receptor within the heart. It reduces amount of calcium that's available within the heart to cause myocardial contraction. And it's very effective in reducing, especially arrhythmias that are driven by adrenaline overdrive or sympathetically driven arrhythmias. In a recent study that was published, it was actually reported in Heart Rhythm Society, it reduces PVC count by greater than 72% in a small pilot study, and also reduced non-sustained ventricular tachycardia in patients with ARVC. The major downsides of flecainide are sometimes it can cause proarrhythmia, meaning it can actually induce new arrhythmias in patients with significant structural disease. It also has side effects such as blurring of vision and shortness of breath, and sometimes can be poorly tolerated. Another common drug used is sotalol, which is like a beta blocker. It's a non-selective beta blocker. It also acts similar to that and also is a potassium channel blocker. So it does have an antiarrhythmic effect. It's better than beta blocker, has some antiarrhythmic effects to it. And in some non-randomized data and some case studies has been shown to be efficacious in reducing arrhythmias. However, we all understand it's a weak antiarrhythmic and has similar side effects to that of a beta blocker. Last but not least is amiodarone. It's a potent multi-channel blocker. It is also well tolerated, but the biggest downfall is it is quite toxic and especially cannot be a first-line therapy in young patients. It has numerous side effects, which include side effects in the thyroid, liver, and kidney. So it's usually a drug of last resort. Now, if all the antiarrhythmic drugs fail, catheter ablation has been shown to substantially reduce VT recurrence, but also reduce VT burden. Shown on the left side is this graph of the patients followed up to 24 months, showing about 2/3 of the patients being arrhythmia-free. The biggest downfall of catheter ablation is that some patients require multiple ablation procedures. It's not uncommon at all. And most studies report ablation, multiple ablation success rates and not a single ablation. As you can see, with a single procedure, it's a coin toss, about 50% recurrence rate at about 2-year follow-up. If catheter ablation fails, then some patients undergo a procedure called sympathectomy, in which a nerve bundle that comes from the brain down to the heart is disconnected. This reduces the amount of adrenaline in the heart and reduces arrhythmias, especially in subjects like patients who are adrenergically driven arrhythmias, and especially in patients with arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathies. In this study we published in 2019, we took patients who had substantial arrhythmias and performed the sympathectomy procedure and achieved good success in patients even after they failed catheter ablation. This is, however, a surgical procedure performed by a thoracoscopic surgeon and has downsides of the surgery itself, which include back pain and also a risk of Horner syndrome, which is drooping of the eyelid that happens when you cut these nerves. If you look at what are the therapies we have for reducing structural progression, not a lot. We have angiotensin converting enzymes, also called ACE inhibitors, aldosterone receptor blockers called the ARVs, and of course, gene therapy is emerging as a new therapy for reducing structural progression. The median progression over a 5-year period is shown here. It's a gradual drop of about 5% in the right ventricular fractional shortening of the right ventricular pump function. But if you look at ARVC patients who are young, this is an important metric over the long term. So it's a gradual reduction in function and you're starting very young, so it's very important to address this. More recently, adeno-associated viral-based plakophilin gene therapy has been shown to reduce the structural progression in a mouse model. In a recent study that's published, shown here is a wild type, which is normal mouse, and a control where a saline has been injected, and a gene therapy model where a single dose of adeno-associated virus was given to the mouse. And as you can see, a single dose of gene therapy shown on the right side substantially reversed the anatomic changes that happen with ARVC. There are many companies currently investigating the use of gene therapy targets in ARVC, and particularly they're focusing on 3 genes: plakophilin, which is the most common gene in the United States, desmoplakin, which causes a biventricular arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, and desmoglein. These are the 3 genes that are currently in focus by multiple gene therapy companies. The idea is that you would inject an adeno-associated virus along with a preserved plakophilin gene, which will then be integrated and stop the remodeling that happens in arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. You could pretty much think of doing the same thing with the desmoplakin or desmoglein gene and prevent remodeling of ARVC. Now, this is not without challenges. First of all, ARVC is a rare disease. So we really need large registries to identify a uniform cohort of patients to be subject to these gene therapy trials. Now, the disease progression is slow, so we really need good metrics and protocols to monitor disease progression in treated patients. And of course, we need to figure out the right timing of intervention. If you wait too long after the fibrosis or after the scar tissue has set in, then gene therapy may not work. That being said, you cannot take healthy individuals who haven't manifested and subject them to gene therapy either. So we really need a middle ground to find the right optimal patient population to subject them to these gene therapy trials. And a lot of effort is currently being put in this space. Now, I want to conclude by saying that therapies to treat arrhythmias structural progression exist, but are quite inadequate. We still have a lot of room for improvement. Gene therapy sounds promising, but it's only through collaboration and persistence we can overcome the existing challenges in gene therapy and move forward. With this, I want to conclude my talk and pass this back to the podium. I want to thank the organizers for having me give this talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tandri, for giving that wonderful overview of the landscape of both current and future treatments for ARVC. It's the perfect setup now for our second session of today, where we want to hear from all of you who are living with ARVC or family members and other caregivers of those living with ARVC, to hear your experiences with the currently available treatments, as well as your perspectives and preferences for future treatments. So if we can pull up our afternoon discussion questions here, this will give you an idea of the kinds of things we want to hear from over the course of this afternoon together. So we do want to know, what are you currently doing to help manage your ARVC symptoms? This, of course, does include traditional medical interventions like drugs, medical procedures, medical devices and implants, transplant, but also a wider range of things that we're going to kind of put under this umbrella of treatment. Other maybe non-traditional or more holistic approaches. Also lifestyle modifications. We heard this morning a lot about modifying exercise, but what else? We want to, of course, hear more about that. But what else might you be modifying in your daily life or doing to try to make living with ARVC a little bit easier? So, in kind of describing what it is that you're doing, we want to understand of those things which are providing you the most benefit related to the most significant symptoms of ARVC that you or your loved one experience. In addition to hearing about how well or maybe not so well those things work, we also want to hear about what are the most significant downsides of those treatments and how do those downsides affect your daily life, whether those downsides are side effects, the burden of keeping up or undergoing a certain treatment, or anything else that you might consider a trade-off or downside to these different treatment approaches. Once we've spent some time exploring the range of different current treatments that you have available to you, we're going to shift our focus on the future and ask you, short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal future treatment for ARVC? So to get us started on this topic and share some of their thoughts, we have a panel of your peers, people living with ARVC and caregivers. We have Joelle, Jennifer, Jeff, Nelson, and Christy. Joelle, take it away.
My ARVC diagnosis came during the summer of 2017. Not only was I a four-sport athlete with my goals set very high in the figure skating world, I also participated in volleyball, basketball, and track and field. That year I qualified for my first figure skating national showcase and was not able to participate due to the rapid progression of my disease. 9 months after my diagnosis, I had an implantable cardioverter defibrillator placed and was receiving education about my ultimate destination, heart transplant. Hello, my name is Joelle. I'm 18 and live in Minnesota. When you're ill, all you can do is hope and pray that your journey is a successful one. As a young teenager, the world really came tumbling down for me when I realized I was too weak to do the things my friends were doing. It was easy to be down and out. Fortunately, I was supported by my family, friends, community, and great team of medical professionals, which kept me figure skating. If you haven't figured that out by now, it is my true passion. I was able to be the manager of my volleyball and basketball teams since this was less strenuous than actually playing. Complications don't just come from the disease itself. My friend Buzz, aka my ICD, had me in the hospital with multiple complications and surgeries. Buzz quickly became friends with my post-surgical wound vac, Sheldon, and together they started to make me feel better. Then came along edema. The swelling in my face and legs really didn't do much to boost a teenage girl's self-esteem. The medication challenges and changes to manage disease progression and fluid balance was also a struggle. Along the way, it was also determined I had a leaky valve, and there were many discussions about repairing the valve versus leaving it be. This was due to complications that could lead to earlier transplant, blood transfusion complications, and many other issues that really had us all on the edge of our seat. Warfarin was added to the regimen and led to weekly blood draws. Figure skating and blood thinner do not work well together, so protecting my head from falls was another downer, and my protective helmet added a piece of equipment. I needed to do something to stay physically fit, so I enrolled in cardiac rehab. First, I warmed up with the new step. Then I walked on the treadmill and kept my arms in shape with the arm cycling machine. And of course, these machines all received names too, as they were a part of my team. My medical team knew me well, and when I said it was time for me to be in the hospital, it was definitely time. Admitted to the PICU, I met my two-headed PIC line, Phineas and Ferb. They saved me from getting poked every day and made it easier for my team to administer the drug milrinone. I was told this drug is my rocket fuel, and it was required for me to be listed higher on the transplant list. In the words of my cardiologist, she is on a trajectory to death. July 23rd, 2019. I was placed in the hospital and remained in the pediatric ICU for 46 days and nights. The staff spent countless hours awake with me during the night in the hospital because I was freaking them out with my arrhythmias. Then on day 47, I received the call that I was getting a new heart. I will never forget waking up that morning to my mom sitting in a chair in my room and my doctor, yes, the one who promised me a Dairy Queen chocolate milkshake. He broke the news to me. You can't have that milkshake I promised you, young lady. You're getting a new heart. Following my transplant, I spent 14 days in the hospital. Many people have asked, what does it feel like to receive a new heart? While it is indescribable, I can now say that when I fall asleep at night, I can now hear a normal beating heart after 2 long years. Being a teenager and receiving a transplant was not a piece of cake. I was different from my friends at school. I was attending school online and not in person. I couldn't be visited or out and about without wearing a mask. I had to eat differently and had a whole new routine of medications. I was also years behind in athletics, which set me apart from my friends. Learning new medications and having hundreds of routine visits with a healthy heart was just replacing the complications of ARVC, but also came along with a whole new set of worries, more specifically, rejection. I remember a moment during one of my follow-up appointments asking to see my old heart. I was shown a photo of my two hearts laying on the table in the operating room, one healthy and one with ARVC. A very difficult but real photo. I had no beating heart in my body. The most important message is now. While I may no longer have ARVC and I physically feel much better, I am participating in all 4 sports again and graduated high school on time. I am just balancing another lifestyle through transplant. I still have daily medications interrupting my day. I am just 3 years later having checkups every 6 months rather than monthly, and I have new precautions to deal with. I can't eat some of the foods I love. I have mouth sores for medications. I must prepare my meals, or if eating out, use extreme precaution. We must work to provide normalcy for those with ARVC and work to keep others from having to have transplants like me.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Corey. I am 58 years old and I live in central New Jersey. On a beautiful Sunday morning in the spring of 2010, while I was out for a long distance run, I collapsed. At the age of 44, my strong and healthy heart had gone into a ventricular tachycardia, recorded at 285 beats per minute. Moments after I arrived at the hospital, a code blue was called. Multiple defibrillations, 2 emergency transfers, 6 days and a series of cardiac procedures later, I was diagnosed with ARVC and received an implantable cardioverter defibrillator. In a matter of minutes, the trajectory of my life had changed. I went from training for a race to being triaged in an ER. I spent days in a critical care unit and was transported between multiple hospitals while medical teams tried to determine what had happened to my heart. Finally, a cardiac MRI exposed damage to my right ventricle. An hour later, I was in emergency surgery and received an ICD. The next day, I was sent home to resume my previously scheduled life, as if that was possible. A few weeks after my collapse, genetic tests determined that I was positive for one of the DNA variants responsible for ARVC. It was then that I learned that my mother, father, siblings, and children would all need to be genetically tested as well. A few months later, my mother's test came back positive for the same variant that caused my ARVC. And then the unthinkable happened. While treatment strategies were being discussed and medical procedures scheduled, my mother died from a ventricular fibrillation at the age of 69, the worst case scenario in ARVC, and an event that I had narrowly escaped only 6 months earlier. Within weeks of my mother's sudden cardiac death, my 2 teenage sons' tests also came back positive for ARVC. Life as we knew it was over. As traumatic as the circumstances surrounding my diagnosis and the death of my mother had been, I understood that having this information meant that we had the best possible chance of keeping my sons, one of whom was a 3-sport athlete, from suffering the same fate. But living under the peril of life-threatening arrhythmias and life-saving shocks is no easy feat. For me, the added side effects of medication made resuming a normal life nearly impossible. I went from working full-time, raising a family, competing in triathlons, to having difficulty walking the length of an aisle in a grocery store. I had severe dizziness, shortness of breath, thousands of PVCs a day, and ongoing arrhythmias to contend with. I was shocked by my ICD and experienced anxiety of future shocks. I was dealing with grief over the loss of my mom and worrying about my children's safety. The first few years post-diagnosis were literal hell. The challenges of life with ARVC are substantial. For me, navigating beta blockers and antiarrhythmic medications have been very difficult. So much so that in 2020, as my arrhythmias became more frequent, I opted to have surgery rather than take more medication. My younger son also experienced medication side effects, including lightheadedness and tiredness, which made getting him to stay on medication very difficult, particularly during the high school years. The toll of trying to manage cardiac symptoms, drug side effects, device after effects, these are all a compounding stressor. And as a younger person living with an ICD, the psychological fallout from shocks is real. Those risks weighed heavily on our decision of whether or not to put an ICD into one of our sons as an extra measure of prevention during his high school years. Of course, we wanted to take every available step possible to keep him safe, but we also knew of the potential negative psychological outcome. The answer or the decision to implant an ICD or not is not as simple as it seems. Anticipating the needs of patients who receive this kind of medical technology should require mandatory offer of support for patients and technological advances that focus on reducing the pain that comes from ICD therapy. It was a year before the dizziness that was compromising my quality of life was properly diagnosed as orthostatic hypertension, a side effect from the metoprolol I was taking. The shortness of breath, that was a vagal nerve issue that was likely kicked off by the defibrillator shocks I received both in the hospital and by my ICD. These side effects and after effects were terrible to live with from a quality of life perspective, and yet they were easily treatable once identified. They had simply been overlooked. By anticipating and intervening in the side effects of medication and the after effects of therapeutic technologies, we can simultaneously support patient well-being while treating a disease like ARVC. Physician Atul Gawande said it best when he wrote, "We've been wrong about what our job is in medicine. We think our job is to ensure health and survival, but really, it is larger than that. It is to enable well-being, and well-being is about the reasons one wishes to be alive."
I'm a pretty normal, healthy-looking 57-year-old man, but my body hides secrets that very few around me know about. I walk slow, I go up steps or hills even slower I tire easily. I can't run anymore. I can't play most sports anymore. I can't really help family or friends move anymore. I constantly check my heart rate with my Apple Watch. I sometimes have insomnia. I suffer from anxiety that I've never known before. I suffer from PTSD. I have heart disease. I have arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, or ARVC. I have a medical device in my chest called an implantable cardioverter defibrillator, or ICD, so I don't die a sudden death due to ARVC. I've been shocked by my ICD a dozen times. My ICD is constantly on my mind. I wonder when my ICD will go off again. I think about my ICD when I'm driving. I think about my ICD when I'm out and about. I worry about my ICD going off and having to go to the emergency room. I bought this Apple Watch so I can monitor my heart rhythm and rate at any time. Heart disease and my ICD affect my life in many ways. Hi, my name is Jeff. I was diagnosed with ARVC 2 years ago in May of 2021 at age 55. But my ICD was implanted in August of 2017. Given that ARVC is a genetic, degenerative heart disease, I guess I've had ARVC all my life, but I was asymptomatic and therefore went undiagnosed until a shock storm hit me completely out of the blue in February 2021. That combined with my ablation surgery in April 2021 and tests that May led to my diagnosis. ARVC is not a well-known heart condition, and that became very evident not only after my diagnosis, but looking back on what started me on this journey almost 6 years ago. 6 years ago, this coming July, I had my wife drive me to the ER and was immediately checked in and hooked up to an EKG. Within minutes, I was moved into a room and was surrounded by 10 to 15 doctors and nurses, all doing different things and talking frantically. My heart was in something I'd never heard before, something called VT, ventricular tachycardia. After about 2 hours in the ER, my doctor decided to shock me out of the arrhythmia I was in and get my heart rhythm back to normal. The next 4 years were pretty tumultuous. I had numerous ER visits, runs of VT, shocks from my ICD, prescription changes, and 2 ablation surgeries. Doctors still didn't know what or why was causing my heart problems. In February of 2021, I suddenly got shocked 5 times within about a minute. This shock storm shook my world and caused the insomnia, anxiety, and PTSD I spoke about previously. It also led to my final robotic-assisted ablation in April of 2021, which then led to my diagnosis. Suddenly, there was a reason for my heart problems, a rare, genetic, and degenerative heart disease called ARVC. My secrets that so few knew about have affected me both mentally and physically. Excess physical activity or increasing my heart rate too much causes arrhythmias. Arrhythmias cause shocks, and shocks further damage my heart. Like I mentioned previously, I'm not able to do much of what I used to do. No more sports like baseball, basketball, or tennis. No running, biking, hiking, even yard work is tough for me. It's caused a real disruption to my normal life. I used to be very active. Since my diagnosis, I've had to live a much more sedentary life. The thing that has surprised me the most about this disease has been the mental hardships it has brought. Prior to 2021, I barely thought about my ICD or my arrhythmia issues. Since my diagnosis and shock storm, it's been a whole different story. The anxiety, the PTSD, worry, insomnia, driving, talking, even closing my eyes sometimes, all suddenly became issues for me. For months, I was constantly on edge. For the first time in my life, I had to seek help in the form of prescription drugs and therapy. This device, diagnosis, and the effects of them have had a significant impact on my life, and assurances from doctors, nurses, and loved ones couldn't fix this. Only time and help from my ARVC and SAD support groups and my support team have got me to the place I am today.
My name is Nelson. I'm 51 years old. I'm PKP2 gene positive for ARVC, a mutation which has caused me agonizing suffering and took 23 years to find. My first symptom was going into cardiac arrest after jumping in a pool. And ever since then, I have been unable to find treatments that manage my symptoms. My symptoms have gotten worse by the years, by the days, by the hours, by the minute. My worst days are when my arrhythmias, called PVCs or premature ventricular contractions, are constant, which cause me weakness, fatigue, and anxiety. During days like this, which are many, I lay on my sofa, not even able to concentrate on watching a movie or even speaking to anyone until my arrhythmias settles a bit. My family worries constantly. My wife doesn't know how to help. My daughter watches and maybe wonders if her papa is going to die. I hurt every day of my life, but I hurt more knowing that my 7-year-old daughter carries the gene mutation. I have tried many treatments throughout the years, including ablations, bilateral cardiac sympathectomy, medications, ICDs, and lifestyle changes like eliminating all physical activity. These treatments have addressed none of my symptoms and have caused me to have further complications. I've had 9 ablations, both endo and epicardial. The worst ablation I've had, both at once, which was 7-hour surgery. I almost died during the surgery because my vitals plummeted. And I went into atrial fibrillation because of this procedure just a month later and had to start taking a new medication. The most significant downside of my ablations is the time I spent going through them, only to have to receive yet another down the road. My last ablation was just a month ago, and although it went well, I know that in just a few months, it will very likely I will need another surgery to try to manage my arrhythmias. A bilateral sympathectomy is when the doctors knock out both of your lungs on both sides of your body, cut out and remove a big piece of your nerve to reduce the heart's electrical activity. The pain after the particular surgery was excruciating. It took me a year to recover, and even to this day, I have side effects including droopy eye or ptosis, heavy sweating, back pain, scars all over my body. Despite the suffering, it does not fix the root cause of the problem or the arrhythmia. The medications I have taken to treat the PVCs, which are one of the most difficult symptoms I deal with, still don't reduce how many I suffer with. Side effects from the medications are including fatigue, labored breathing, difficult sleeping, and also affected my sexual activity. Just today, I was at a friend's house, and after walking up a very slight slope in the driveway, I had trouble breathing. It felt like I was having an asthma attack. My ICD has helped only to that. It has kept me alive, but it has not addressed my symptoms. I've suffered many unwanted surgeries caused by improper shocks, and 4 of my ICDs being recalled. One of those recalled that needed surgery was when I was 27 years old, and then they told me that they had to pull the chest saw to open me up. My condition has changed for the worse since I was diagnosed. For the first 10 to 15 years, my diagnosis, my heart function was perfect. My ejection fraction was in the high 60s. In 2020, it dropped to 40s. My heart function has decreased because when I first had symptoms, I was told to do the wrong things, including exercise by my doctors, which made things go downhill. That also made my arrhythmias and VT, ventricular tachycardia, worse. Although I improved my heart function by eliminating physical activity and going on medications, including prednisone, Celcept, and carvedilol in 2020 after my very painful bilateral cardiac sympathectomy, which I had to reduce these arrhythmias, my heart function went down to 36. There are just no treatments that work for me. I fatigue very easily just from kneeling down or standing up. Doing the littlest things like walking exhausts me. At times, for no reason or just standing will trigger PVCs, a weakness that fills my entire body, and I have to immediately lay on the sofa for days. I cannot even pick up my guitar and play for more than 5 minutes as my weakness and anxiety kicks in. What I miss the most is spending time with my family, going anywhere, even to the grocery store. ARVC has taken everything away from me. I have missed out on many years of being physically active and doing activities I love, like basketball. I would like to get my life back so I can enjoy time with my family, return to work so I can provide for them, and most of all, feel good. I would like to see a treatment or a medication that truly works, that treats the underlying condition. I want a treatment that would address my arrhythmias, both my PVCs and my VT, that would address the progression of the disease, or that would improve the heart function and make a substantial impact in my life.
Hi, my name is Christy and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. I've been married for 22 years and have 2 daughters. My dad was the healthiest, most athletic person I knew until he passed away in his sleep at age 52 in 1998. The coroner said that he had an enlarged heart, but did not have a heart attack. Athletes can have enlarged hearts, he said, and he didn't know what caused his death. My aunt died at age 60 in 2010 of heart failure. You must have had a virus as a child, doctors told her. No one questioned that these were 2 separate coincidental tragedies until I had a sudden ventricular tachycardia storm out of the clear blue sky at age 47 in April of 2020 while standing at my kitchen counter. Over the course of a few hours, I had to be shocked in the hospital 3 times and put on several IV antiarrhythmics before my heart regained a normal rhythm. I spent 5 nights in the ICU during the COVID pandemic and had a subcutaneous implantable cardioverter defibrillator, otherwise known as an SICD, implanted during that stay. The doctors painfully argued about whether to install a subcutaneous or an intravenous defibrillator. I was in shock at the time and really had a hard time weighing in with confidence on that decision. I thought I was so healthy. How could this even happen? Several months after that first incident, I found out that I'm the proband in my family for desmoplakin cardiomyopathy and arrhythmogenic and dilated cardiomyopathy. Since then, one of my 2 daughters has tested positive and been hospitalized for non-sustained VT, and one of my 2 cousins and 5 of his children have all tested positive for the pathogenic variant of desmoplakin cardiomyopathy. In the last 3 years, I have been appropriately shocked by my SICD 13 times. The last episode in July of 2022, I was shocked 10 times in a row while on vacation. I was sitting in a crowded restaurant with friends when the shock started. I have mixed feelings about my SICD. It has saved my life several times, and I'm forever grateful. But being shocked 10 times over the course of a couple of hours was brutal and gave me PTSD that lasted for months afterwards, and I still harbor some fear. My doctors disagree on whether or not I should keep the SICD or change to a dual lead pacemaker defibrillator in the future because my heart rate is so low on medications, and I potentially could use the anti-tachycardia pacing function of the intravenous option. I would love to see new technology focused on a less painful, less risky, effective device solution. One doctors could agree that's best for me. When I was first diagnosed, and one time since, doctors put me on sotalol, saying that it was the most tolerated and least toxic medicine for my condition. Both times I've been on it, it made me exhausted, lightheaded, off balance, and cognitively delayed. I was switched to metoprolol, and although that worked well for a while, it did not control my arrhythmias, even as they increased the dosage after previous episodes. After the July VT storm, doctors put me on flecainide along with metoprolol. I don't know if it was the flecainide, recovering from shocks, PTSD, or a combination, but after I was released from the hospital, I felt terrible. I was dizzy, I was lethargic, I had chest pain, I had severe anxiety. So trusted electrophysiologists thought it would be best for me to have an epicardial ablation to prevent future storms instead of just relying on antiarrhythmics. I had a 5-hour epicardial ablation in September of 2022. I stayed in the hospital overnight and was released the next day. I felt horrible chest pain and pressure over the next week, and an emergency echocardiogram showed that I had built up a concerning amount of fluid in both my pericardial and pleural cavities. I had another surgery and an additional procedure to drain the fluids, and was in the hospital for 3 more days. At that time, my heart rate was extremely high and erratic due to heavy steroids and anti-inflammatories. And when another echocardiogram showed my heart function had gone from 51% to 30 to 35%, the heart failure doctors took me off the steroids and strong anti-inflammatories. Although my ablation should protect me, doctors are very clear that new electrical malfunctions could progress, and they can't say for sure how long the benefits of the ablation may last. Some statistics say there is an 80% chance of not having VT for 12 months, but the stats get worse over time. 6 months after the ablation, my heart function has not improved. I did not even know reduced ejection fraction was a risk of that procedure. I am now on 3 of the 4 classes of heart failure medicines and a lower dose of flecainide. I have low blood pressure and I still feel dizzy, lightheaded, and off balance a lot of the time. My father did not have a chance to have therapies, and my aunt's only remaining solution would have been a heart transplant. So I am grateful to have a chance at other options, and I'm living the healthiest life I can. But I live with a real fear of potential future arrhythmias and worsening heart failure, even on the current therapies. I would love the chance at a normal life for both me and my daughter, and I hope that new medications and treatments can be quickly developed to completely prevent dangerous arrhythmias and the progression of heart failure in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy, and to all of our panelists this afternoon for getting us started on this important topic of really understanding what treatments you all have available to you and giving us a real assessment of what's working and what's not and where there's room for improvement, as well as your thoughts about future therapies. So now we are in the second part of our program today where we get to broaden the discussion to all of you, people living with ARVC and their family members and other caregivers, to have you share your experiences of related to current treatments. And to get us started on this topic, like with this morning, we're going to be going to using polling to help us get a sense of the experiences of everyone we have in our audience, and importantly, to get all of you thinking about some of the things you might want to call in and write in to share about. So without further ado, let's get into those polling questions. You can, if you've just joined us for this afternoon, if you're a person living with ARVC or a caregiver, we'd like you to participate in these questions. You can do so at www.pollev.com/ARVC PFDD. Again, that's POLLEV.com/ARVC PFDD. This afternoon, our first question for you is, what focused on medical therapies have you used in the past 5 years? And please select all that apply. The options here are A, implantable cardiac defibrillators like ICD or SICD, B, beta blockers, C, antiarrhythmics, D, ACE inhibitors, E, blood thinners, F, experimental medications as part of a clinical trial, G, ablation to treat arrhythmia, H, cardiac sympathetic denervation, I, transplant, or J, some other medication or medical therapy not listed in the other options that you've used in the past 5 years or your loved one has used in the past 5 years. We're focusing on medical therapies in this question. We'll have a subsequent question that covers some of the kind of non-medical approaches to treatment. So again, here, please select all that apply. As a reminder, whenever we're asking a polling question that is allowing people to select more than one option, the percentages we see are a percentage of total responses. So for example, that's not 25% of people saying that they have had a ICD. That represents 25% of the total responses there. So the way to think about this is use the bars as kind of a relative ranking. And as we can see here, that ICD is the most commonly used medical therapy by our audience today, followed by beta blockers, antiarrhythmics, and after that, ablation. We see a fair amount of experience with ACE inhibitors, blood thinners, and other medications or medical therapies that aren't listed here. less experience, but some with experimental medications, cardiac sympathetic denervation, and transplant. So we have a lot of experience to explore with you all to hear how well these things are working, maybe not, where there's gaps, where they're not doing as much as you would hope or want, and maybe some of the downsides of these things. But let's go ahead to our second polling question here. So besides those medications and medical treatments that we just covered, what are you currently doing to help manage your ARVC symptoms? And please select all that apply. The options here are A, exercise moderation, B, modification and accommodation at home, work, or school, C, dietary changes or hydration, D, weight maintenance, E, avoiding caffeine, F, counseling, therapy, and stress management, G, reducing or eliminating alcohol use, H, meditation or other mindfulness and spiritual practice, I, self-education and peer support, and then J, some other thing that you're doing to make life with ARVC a little bit easier, or your loved one is doing outside of medications and medical treatments. And here you can select all that apply. You want to understand the range of those things outside of medications and medical treatments that this community is doing. So as it stands, exercise moderation is the top choice. We heard a lot about that this morning, but we certainly want to expand upon that and hear, how much does exercise moderation really help in terms of limiting symptoms and progression? What is it? What are the downsides of keeping up with exercise moderation? And of course, how is exercise moderation helping you at all? And then after that, it's a pretty solid block of things that are being used by a lot of people. So it's hard to say that there's really, a second or third tier. We see everything up there rated highly, and then we see quite a few other things. So whenever I use the term treatments and ask about your experience with treatments, we want to cover these things, not just the medications from the first question. And I have one final question here to get us started this afternoon. We'd like to, in this third question, understand from you, in general, how much have these treatments and lifestyle choices helped improve your quality of life? So thinking about all of those things in totality, that everything you've used, medical and otherwise, have they had A, no benefit at all, B, helped somewhat, C, helped a lot, D, had a very significant benefit, or E, you're not sure how much these treatments and lifestyle choices have helped to improve your quality of life? Please select the response that best reflects your experience. And more importantly, as you pick this, I want you to think of, why am I picking this? And we want to encourage you to call in and share which of these you picked and why that is. If you're part of the around 10% that says there's no benefit at all, what have you been using? What were you looking for and that did not happen for you? If you're part of the little over 50% where it helps somewhat, what does somewhat mean to you? Where has that helped? And maybe, where was the limitation there? Same goes for about the, over 25% where it's helped a lot, and 5% where it's been a very significant benefit. And even for about the 5% who say you're not sure, that's okay. It's really hard to tell sometimes whether something's really helping or what thing is helping. And so, we'd still like to hear what you're trying, what your treatment goals are, how you've made decisions about choosing to undergo any of these particular treatments. So thank you for participating in these polling questions. If you'd like to share some of your experiences with current treatments, at this time I'd like to welcome you to call in and join our program live. That phone number to join us is 1-703-844-3231, 1-703-844-3231. If you call in, we'll have an opportunity to get you into our queue and bring you into our discussion live. I'll also note that throughout the session today You can also write in. There is a comment box under the live stream on the webpage you're on today. So you can enter in comments there, and we'll be sharing some of those throughout the program as well. While some of you are calling in and writing in with some of your experiences with current treatments, I'd like to now welcome our Zoom panel, some of your peers who will be sharing their experiences with treatments as well. So as we start here, there's a lot to cover with current treatments. So I'd like to start with maybe the things that have been most helpful, what we might call, our treatment successes. And these might be small successes, they might be large successes. But either way, I think it's important to try to, to see some of, what has been most beneficial. So Heather, maybe you can get us started on this topic. As you're looking both at the medication and the non-medication related interventions and lifestyle modifications, what maybe stands out as most helpful to you?
Yeah, hi everyone. And if you hear my dog, she just came in the room. My name is Heather. I'm from Toronto. I've been living with ARVC for over 30 years. I was an elite athlete at 20 years old and collapsed while I was competing as a rower for my university. So I would say the number one thing has got to be a positive mental attitude, because there are so many things that come at us. I was listening to the videos just on a daily coping with all the modifications we need to do with watching our diet, reducing exercise, finding the things we can do to keep us healthy. We can't live just like the normal population. On top of that, suffering from PTSD, from getting shocks, from getting multiple shocks. So I would say absolutely, it just, grit, fortitude, persistence, positive mental attitude. But of course, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the ICD and my daily medications that I take twice a day. Those are just imperatives. I've been saved multiple times from my ICD. I also now have developed heart failure, so in addition to my ARVC meds, I take medication to maintain my heart function. I also have another intervention called CardioMEMS, which is a small paperclip size device that sits on my pulmonary artery and measures the blood volume and lets me know whether I'm getting into a compromised state with too much liquid, essentially, or volume in my blood. So that's my contribution. I'm sure the other panelists have things that have greatly have affected their health as well. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Heather, for getting us started there. I hear you loud and clear that, of things that maybe are the most helpful is kind of the, attitude, coping mechanisms, that really help with so much of what we heard this morning, which is the anxiety and the uncertainty and even the other mental health aspects of living with ARVC. I'm just curious, for you, what kind of methods have for coping, have been most effective? Did you do anything formal to learn to cope, or has that been really kind of just being in tune with yourself?
I've taken lots of courses through the years in meditation, mindfulness, breath work, yoga, really trying to find a pathway to help me cope. The anxiety is very real. When you're lying in bed and you think you're safe in bed and you can feel your heart rate accelerating and pounding, it's terrifying. So I would say I'm sort of addicted to courses like that. Yeah. I did also pursue teaching meditation as well. That's been most helpful. I think also the support groups on Facebook and panels such as these, knowing we're not alone, that there are other people in our situation, that ARVC can be on a continuum. And I think, some people are at different stages. And seeing people and how they've coped has also been very helpful.
Sure. Thank you so much, Heather. Michael, I'd like to bring you into this discussion, thinking about both medical, non-medical, what we're calling the broad umbrella of treatments, but really anything that you might be doing to make life with ARVC a little easier. Is there something or a couple of things that have been most beneficial to you?
Yeah, thanks very much. My name is Michael Johnston. I actually live in Frankfurt, Germany, but I'm originally from Toronto. And ARVC has impacted my family greatly with the loss of my sister and my nephew in a long-term care home. And myself, I'm positive, just found out a couple of years ago, and also found out both of our kids are also positive. So we're deeply invested in this journey for treatment and what can we do moving forward.
Sure.
I'd really like to echo what Heather was saying, because we found I'm in a very different case where I was in denial. I didn't want to believe I had it because I didn't have anything that happened to me. So I know there's a bunch of people out there like that, and I actually think that's a very difficult position to be in, because you don't want to think that you need treatment or you need to do anything because nothing really has happened to you, but it could. So I find, building on what Heather was saying, those support groups and actually talking to people in all these different stages in the spectrum of how ARVC is affecting them has been really helpful, and it's been really helpful for my mental state. So actually just knowing, for example, we have a family website. My brother-in-law rode across Canada to raise money and awareness and connect people around ARVC. It was his wife, my sister, who passed away. It helps you deal with everything that is surrounding the thoughts that you have about what could happen, and worrying about your kids and what happened with my nephew. So I would really echo that. I have a subcutaneous ICD. I take medication, beta blocker. I take it to keep my heart rate at a certain level. And, I was in that category of, I'm not sure how it helps me because I don't really know. So I'm in a weird state with that. But one thing I can say for sure is that meeting these people, we met Heather very early, and support networks of people who are out there doing good to help each other. And that helps a lot in this journey.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate those comments, Michael. And, I'm curious, maybe if you can reflect back, I don't know, it might be hard to remember, but are there particular worries, whether it's, kind of the day-to-day worries? We heard a lot about anxiety of, kind of arrhythmias and palpitations and shocks, that are kind of almost on people's minds continuously, and then some of the longer-term worries about, progression. Can you maybe share how some of the support groups and other, kind of approaches to coping, are there particular worries that they've helped more with than others, or, is this really helped across the board?
Certainly, it's helped across the board, but some of the specifics would be around when you get to talk to somebody who's feeling the same that you are, because I don't have any physical signs, but it could happen at any time, I suppose, and knock on wood, it doesn't, but you really get to talk to people. We particularly have a lot of people who reach out to us who get diagnosed, but don't know what to do. They what treatments do I get? Who can I talk to? What does this mean? Should I change my exercise regime? And of course, we're not doctors. So we link people with medical help, but those support networks are actually what keep a lot of people going, because that mental state is so important. So I'd say that's the biggest thing. That's been the driver that's really helped our family navigate a lot of the tragedy that's happened, and also just the worry. I mean, if there's one thing I can say about these treatments for everybody who's working towards something, a huge thank you, because I look at my kids every day and think, please, let's do something about this.
Sure. Well, thank you again so much, Michael, for sharing that. Continuing here with our Zoom panel, Alan, I'd love your thoughts on, has there been anything that's been particularly helpful to you, whether that's a small way or a big way?
Yeah, hi, I'm Alan. I'm in Boston. I was diagnosed with ARVC after surviving cardiac arrest in 2016. I've had multiple ablations since then, and I'm currently on the transplant list. And I think for me, my journey was that very first time that I woke up after my cardiac arrest. To me, it wasn't so much denial. It was already starting on this journey of acceptance, and that wasn't a straight path. At the time, it was difficult to find support groups. Even the nurses and the doctors at that time, they were saying, the cardiac support groups that they had at the hospital weren't specific to ARVC. So while we could share some experiences, it's going to be difficult to find others that are in a similar situation. And before I found SADS Foundation, actually, there were a few other support groups, but many of them really were focusing in on the negatives. And to me, I just felt, well, the more I kept on hearing about that, the more that started to build anxiety with myself, more worry. So at one point, I stepped away from that, and then I just felt, okay, well, I probably have to do this on my own, or with the support of my family. For me, I think the turning point for me was about 5 months after my cardiac arrest. I went back to the gym where I did suffer the cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
And then I tried to get on a stationary bike with absolutely no resistance, just to see how I was feeling. And in about 3 minutes, I just felt completely out of breath. I needed to lay down for half an hour just to be able to walk out of the door.
Wow.
And I think that experience for me was the beginning of this sort of, I think I need to change my lifestyle. I think I need to live in this sort of eco mode in order to preserve what I have. So for me, it's been a lot more awareness of what's going on in my body, or at least how I feel on a day-to-day basis. And sometimes it's a minute-by-minute basis.
Right.
But trying to make some sense out of it, and also making these sort of minor adjustments along the way.
Yeah. Well, Alan, one thing that you said that I don't think we've hit on much yet, which is really you called it eco mode, but which is a great analogy. But kind of limiting your exertion, limiting your physical output or exercise. That seems to maybe have helped you maybe avoid certain symptoms or make other symptoms less severe. Can you kind of describe what does your eco mode look like, and how much has that helped to really either prevent or make symptoms a little less worse for you?
For me, it's just trying to be on my feet and just move as much as I can. It doesn't mean that I'm running around the block or anything like that. It could just be walking the dog. For one thing I learned in one of the support groups that I went to, it was a support group for cancer patients. They said think about your energy as if you have 100 units in the morning, and think about how you want to spend those units. So if it takes you 5 units to brush your teeth, well, then you have 95 left for the rest of your day.
Yeah.
And that's really stuck with me in terms of how active I want to be throughout the day. And if I feel that I've been more active in the morning, then I'll start to wind down a little bit earlier during the day.
I see.
Just to sort of preserve myself there.
Sure. And do you find that with those that 100 units, when you wake up in the morning, is there any kind of difference? Is one day it's 110 and the other day maybe it's 90, or can you tell from day to day, or is it somewhat unpredictable?
Absolutely. I think a good night's rest, I'll feel great. But if there was anything off that night, I know I'm starting under that 100.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I'm still getting used to after several years of managing this is to be able to take myself away from activities, whether it's work, whether it's social engagements, whatever it is. If I'm not feeling 100%, I do have to just say, excuse me, I need to walk away from that. And I think that's also a difficult thing as well.
And one last question for you, Alan. Have there been days where you exceeded that 100 units, you kind of pushed yourself beyond what you really had in the tank? And if so, what was the result? What was the outcome, of doing that?
Well, fortunately for me, it hasn't been a shock from my ICD. It's really just been as if my body just hit the wall. I will have to lay down. I will have to take a nap. I will have to excuse myself for a few hours. And sometimes it's just not the energy you expend.
Yeah.
Sometimes for me, it's also the heat and the humidity. The weather can play a huge factor in how I feel.
Right.
So it's really just having to self-monitor minute by minute,
right.
See how I'm feeling, and sort of making those micro decisions as to, okay, so what am I going to do next?
Right. Well, thank you so much, Alan, for sharing. I see we have a number of written comments coming in, and it's interesting. We've been talking a lot about lifestyle modifications and more holistic approaches, but I think we're seeing some input on some of the medical approaches from our written comments. So, Genevieve, I'd be interested to see which ones you think are interesting to share here.
So one of the comments we have gotten is about medications and ablations, and it's Jennifer from Virginia, and she says, currently flecainide and metoprolol combined with an epi-endo ablation has kept me stable for the last few years, but I'm aware that the drugs may lose effectiveness or start to affect my liver at some point. And then there is also a comment from Samar from the US, and they say, I take medication daily, and I imagine this has helped limit my PVCs and VT, but by far the most profound treatment I received was the epicardial ablation. Before that ablation, I was having 240 episodes of VT per day. I would have dizzy spells every day, each time not knowing if I was going to get shocked.
Wow.
So it seems like ablation has played a huge role in being effective for some of these families.
Sure. Yeah, well, thank you, and please keep the comments coming. We'll be sharing those throughout. I do want to broaden the discussion a little bit. Of course, very happy to continue hearing things that have been successful and what that looks like. But we know that there's the other side of the coin here, which is there's going to be treatments that maybe haven't been as successful as you would have hoped, or maybe not successful at all. And even whether or not something's successful, it might have come with some real downside, whether a side effect or the burden of undergoing a procedure or keeping up with a treatment regimen. And so we definitely want to cover that side of things as well. And we actually have a phone caller that wants to speak to some of the treatments they've tried and a little bit of that journey. So we have Jennifer from Columbus, Ohio, who's living with ARVC and has a couple of quote unquote failed treatments to share. So Jennifer, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, hi.
Hi, welcome.
Well, thank you for having me. So my journey started in 2015 when I went into VT while I was out on a 6-mile training run. I was training for a marathon after my daughter. And it was kind of the scene someone described earlier, with a lot of medical attention and a lot of things happening all at once. And fast forward on from there, over the years I've had a couple of shocks, I think 10 in total. 2 of the worst being in 2019. I had a VT storm of 5 shocks within about 1 to 2 minutes while I was out walking my dog. Literally turned a corner down the street, and I knew instantly that something wasn't right. And before I could even really prepare, I got shocked. And the worst part was I didn't have my phone. I didn't have anyone else with me. So thankfully we have awesome neighbors who helped. And then had an ablation, an epicardial, and endocardial ablation, and that seemed to fail because in 2021, actually on Christmas Eve, I went out to shop for a last-minute fix for an item I was making for my parents, and I went into VT waiting in line to purchase my items, and so I had to have my husband and kids come out and get me. We went home, thought everything was fine, and I got home, got in the house, got the jacket off, and then shortly after went back into VT, had one shock, and was paced 32 times over an hour, so about every 2 minutes I was paced out of it. And at that point, we were trying to look at all the treatments. We tried different medication, which caused more arrhythmias. I was in the hospital for a significant amount of time, especially over the holiday. Couldn't see my family because it was during COVID.
Yeah.
And so they finally had mentioned that the option at that point would be a cardiac sympathetic denervation. And as Nelson spoke about, for anyone who was watching the video, it is not a surgery to be taken lightly. It has a number of side effects afterwards. I've had the back pain. I have had drooping eyelid, which I just actually had another surgery recently to correct. But on the positive side, I have had no further VT storms or shocks or registered VT on my ICD since that procedure, which was done last March. So, you know, it's hard to say when they tell you that you're in a critical situation and that they really feel that this procedure is the best option for you. Right. It's pretty big when they talk about cutting nerves out of your body that run to the heart. But I do feel that it might be an option, you know, that might be helpful for some people with all precautions and with all questions asked.
Right.
But definitely, I'm still on 2 antiarrhythmic medications. I'm still on a beta blocker. I still take medications twice a day, every day. But I'm happy to say, and I still have some chest pain, some shortness of breath. So I do have some sort of symptoms of heart failure, but we're not there yet. So it comes with the good and the bad, I guess.
Yeah.
But with that, I've also learned as a personal trainer, I teach mobility, which has been one of the best things that I've done because it helps me mentally to kind of calm myself and relax and be around other calming people. And I've also done therapy, and both of those have probably made 2 of the biggest impacts on the recovery and the anxiety afterwards.
Yeah. Well, you know, Jennifer, that's really incredible, you know, covering, you know, those kind of failed ablations and, you know, kind of the aftermath of all of that. But, you know, now glad to hear that you've had some, you know, relief with the denervation. And of course, there have been even side effects and downsides related to that you mentioned. But overall, that might be helping you as well. So thank you very much. We also have another caller, Courtney from Columbus, Ohio, that wants to share a treatment experience with us. So Courtney, I'd like to welcome you to the show. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you so much. And I kind of wanted to explore a little bit more, I guess talk a little bit more when we think about treatments and medications in particular, and how it's such a weighted scale when you're making that decision. There's so many things to consider. There's so many implications of adding in a medication as a treatment option, questions of, will this even work? You know, there's one medication that I'm on, an antiarrhythmic, and one of the biggest side effects is that it may actually induce arrhythmias. So that's always really nerve-wracking to consider. What are the other side effects? And then what are the long-term implications? I've taken metoprolol for a few years, but I needed to add an antiarrhythmic earlier this year due to a very high PVC count. And it was a decision around what was going to make the most impact with the least amount of side effects. But as I'm sure everyone here today can attest to, is that there's not really any great options without any side effects. So you're kind of having to pick the lesser of 2 evils on that weighted scale. Luckily for me, after consultation with my team, very in-depth consultation, we decided to start flecainide, and it has worked great for my arrhythmia management, but there's been a lot of daily side effects like fatigue, dizziness, vision blurriness, that's impacted, you know, my ability to do my job, made me a little bit nervous to drive as a result of starting that medication. And then also, as somebody else mentioned, having to monitor your liver as a result of taking medications like this. It's never just as simple as a one-stop solution. There's a lot of other considerations that come into play, and flecainide was the best option for my heart, but it also meant that I had to make some decisions and put off some decisions around some family planning that I was thinking that I would start having, because you cannot conceive while you're on flecainide. So I really just kind of wanted to emphasize and discuss just that wide realm of possibilities when we're looking at treatments like medication. So very grateful that we have this medication, but it certainly comes with a lot of other things to consider.
Yeah, and has the flecainide been helping? You know, have you been able to either notice through, you know, your kind of doctor's appointments and checkups, or even in the way that you feel? Because you mentioned that certainly there were certain kind of daily side effects that you're living with, and the impact on family planning. Has there been on the other side of things, as you put it, the kind of weighing the benefits and the risks? Have you noticed any benefits, or are you still kind of waiting to see?
Yes, within 1 week, actually, I did a second Holter monitor, and it showed that my daily PVC count, which is what set off the red flag for my team that I needed to consider an antiarrhythmic, had gone from 12,000 PVCs a day to just 700. So it has worked phenomenally for me, and I'm so lucky and grateful for that. And it's interesting because with this disease, I think a lot of other people may experience this, but you don't always realize how bad a moment is with your heart, or that you're not feeling well, until you feel better. And so for me, I didn't realize just how bad I was feeling on a daily basis because of my PVCs until that threshold dropped down to that 700 number. So it has been a really great decision for me, and very grateful for that progress that it's made.
Wow. And has that had any, translation for you in terms of, kind of day to day? Do you feel better? Does it reduce your anxiety? What is that kind of downstream impact for you?
Yes, it's been wonderful at work because, in the past there would be meetings, high stakes meetings, or tight deadlines, and I would just sit in those meetings and I could feel my heart, the PVCs, just going off again and again and again, which then leads you to start thinking about getting shocked. I have a subcutaneous defibrillator, and I've been shocked twice. So that was a constant train of thought for me on, a weekly, biweekly, daily basis was, here comes the stress, here comes the PVCs, am I going to get shocked in front of my boss right now? Or, out to dinner, whatever it may be. And so now I can sit in those meetings, and the PVCs aren't being picked up when I feel a little flutter of anxiety as easily as they were before. So I'm spending much less time thinking about the potential of getting shocked, because it's a vicious cycle once you start thinking about that. So that's been really nice.
Absolutely. Well, Courtney, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your treatment experiences. That was very helpful. I'd like to check back in with our Zoom panel here. Darren, whether we're talking about kind of the good side, the bad side, but in terms of current treatments, are there any treatment experiences that you think are important from your experience to share with the audience today?
Sure. Hi, my name's Darren. I'm from the Chicago area, and I was diagnosed with ARVD, as they called it, back in 1994. So treatment-wise, for me, over the course of the past 28 years, I've had occasional shocks from my ICD where I've gone into VTAC. And the last one was 2015, where I had a VT storm where I stopped counting at 10. I was in the hospital. I was put on amiodarone IV, and my EP basically told me, you need an ablation. I can do it, but I'm not the expert at it. And they sent me over to Loyola University, and I had an endo and an epi ablation done. And that lowered my PVC burden. It also stopped the VT storms. So to me, that was very helpful. Risky, but I feel much better now. And I'm going on 8 years with being shock-free, knock on wood. And I hate to jinx it, but so that, medication-wise, I've been on, Sotalol probably most of the time I've had ARVD. And I was on Mexitil for a while until I had that VT storm. And I was able to come off the Mexitil, which is great because it caused me an ulcer. And then, from treatment options that, I'm thankful I have my ICD, but I hate getting shocked. I've had 7 ICD replacements, 1 recall, 2 bad leads. I've got a lead that's been cut and capped, so they basically left it in because the risk of removing it was very high. So, I would like to see something like a subcutaneous ICD that actually does Brady pacing as well as ATP.
Yeah.
Because I do have sick sinus syndrome from the sotalol. So my heart rate normally is around 50. And I'm being paced for bradycardia if it goes below 50. And then just to echo kind of what everybody else said, from a emotional standpoint or psychological standpoint, it's a difficult disease to deal with. I liken it to walking in a minefield every day. Something's going to happen. You don't know when, and you don't know how severe it's going to be, but it's going to happen. So, picture living with that every day. So therapy, medication, prayer, and support from your family and from others on like our Facebook ARVC webpage has really been helpful.
Yeah, Darren, thank you for covering both sides of this coin of treatments, things that have been helpful, and then maybe things that have brought some negative consequences. Just talking about kind of the PVC and VT freedom that you've had for, it sounds like, for a number of years now. Besides the being shock free, and I'll knock on wood for you to not jinx that. You did mention that it has made a big difference in your daily life. Just wondering, could you kind of share with us how does it change how you feel? What does that look like?
The fact that it's been so long without an episode, it feels good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's always the underlying issue of progression. So that, again, in the minefield, something's going to happen. Unfortunately, last year I was diagnosed with heart failure, so I've had to start medication for that. And I'm gene elusive, DSG2 variant of uncertain significance. So genetic testing for my children is not going to help. And every year I have to take them to the, they're in their 20s now, but I take them to a pediatric electrophysiologist and have them, manually tested.
Right.
They hate it, but, they have to walk around with a halter for 24 hours and do the EKG and echo. But, for peace of mind for me and for them, I think it is a good thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Darren. Michael, I'd love to bring you into this, sorry, actually, since we haven't heard from Melanie, let's go to Melanie here. Thinking about, treatments, maybe things that haven't worked so well or have come with some treatment downside. Does anything come to mind for you?
Sure. My name's Melanie, and I live outside of Salt Lake. I got diagnosed a little over a year ago with ARVC with a PKP2 mutation, and got an ICD not very long after that. And then in that same year had a really awful cardiac storm. I attempted pace out like 55 times and 34 shocks within an hour.
Oh, wow.
So it's pretty awful. And then I also have a daughter that carries a mutation, but other than her, I don't actually know of anybody else in my family that has had this. For the people who've been willing to test,
right.
No one else has come up with that mutation. So that's a whole different other bag of brain tease. I think just going back to that treatment idea, for me, I was not a person who slept. I don't sleep very much. I have been fine, like operating on a handful of hours of sleep, but sleep now is really important for me. Or I wake up the next day just feeling awful. There is not 100% starting if I don't sleep well. You're like, I'm like cashing in at a 50 or a 40, and that's a hard place to start. And hydration has also been a big thing for me. Just making sure that I get enough electrolytes in a day has really been useful. Since I had that storm, there are a lot more. Let me back up. when I finally got my diagnosis, my EP told me, if this is ARVC, you'll most likely get an ICD for emergent purposes, and then you'll live to be an old lady. And so in my mind, I was taking a little bit of metoprolol. I had this emergent thing that would help if there was something really problematic, but I was just going about my life like it was all no big deal. Mm-hmm. And because of that, because it felt like such a blind side, I just thought my ICD could go off once or twice. It was really telling of like how much I just don't know what I don't know. And that has been a massive limitation for me, is just not understanding, even with support groups, even with reading other people's experiences, like nobody's the same. It's so hard to live a day-to-day when you're constantly wondering what's going to be happening. But even asking other people like, hey, what's been your experience, and knowing, well, but that might not be mine, or maybe that is going to be mine, and that's really scary. Or, you know, that sometimes those support groups have backfired for me because, well, shoot, now I know that somebody's, like, mine were all appropriate shocks, but now I know somebody could have appropriate shock because their lead isn't connected or whatever. I didn't know that was a thing. Like, there's just so many things that I feel like, as a person who likes to have control of their life generally, which is not a thing, but I like to pretend that I have some modicum of control. This is not that. There's no way to move through, like, having an adequate understanding for your day to feel safe. And the normal things that I used to be able to do, even I think the first thing that really hit me the hardest was I used to hike a lot with my kids, and most of the things that have happened for me have not been exercise induced. But as soon as I knew I wasn't supposed to be going up over like 120 beats a minute, then I'm like walking while I'm hiking like this, and I'm not paying attention to what my kids are saying. I'm not looking around me. It's like blowing all of the whole point of the hike aside. And those things have been, it just makes your soul heavier, you know? And, sure. And there's just been some things that have crept in mentally. Like, I don't like going into crowds of people. Like, when there are a lot of people around, it makes me nervous because I don't want to get sick on top of whatever's going on. And, after that storm, I've been put on like 11 different new medicines. So I was on metoprolol, and like everything kicked up. And one of those is amiodarone, which is really great. But it's kind of like saying, we're giving you the gold medal of medicine that we can give you for your, arrhythmias. But sure. I'm young enough that I can't stay on it for very long. So I'm living with this, like, it feels like a time bomb of, like a potential drug that I'm not going to be able to be on anymore. So then eventually I get taken off of it, and I have to find something else. Right. And at this point, ablation is off the table. And when that goes off the table, then your meds and heart transplant. And so I'm listed now, but I'm kind of in the middle. So there's just a lot with my limited understanding, and sure. And so many things, and not just mine. I mean, I have a team full of doctors, and I get a lot of shrugs. I wonder sometimes if everybody gets that like, we're not sure. Yeah. This is what we know, and we're not sure. And that's a hard thing to be up against for me always. So anyway, those are some things.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Melanie, for covering all of that. So very helpful. I do want to bring in a phone caller that I see is calling in, Susan from Atlanta, who's living with ARVC and I believe as a panelist this morning, received a transplant. So, but would like to share some of her treatment experiences. Susan, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Hi, James. Good to see you again, or
yes.
Talk to you again, I guess.
Good to hear your voice.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to share. So when I had my cardiac arrest when I was 41, and I was thin. I was very active. So I kind of went into my whole heart journey with very low blood pressure, which I had always been told was a really good thing. But with a lot of the medications out there that treat heart failure and then also arrhythmias, specifically metoprolol and sotalol, they lower your blood pressure. So I was really limited by how much I could take of the medication that was supposed to help my heart. In fact, they put me on such high levels of metoprolol right after my cardiac arrest that I ended up in the ER again with a blood pressure of like, I don't know, it was like 70 over 30. So I mean, I was on the verge of passing out. And being on operating with such a low blood pressure just adds to the fatigue. And that was one thing I wanted to make sure that we added to the conversation.
Sure. Yeah, well, thank you for adding that. We had not heard that yet, so important to capture. So really appreciate you adding that to the discussion, Susan. I see also that we have a number of written comments that have been coming in. Sorry to have those been piling up here, but we've been having a really great conversation. But Genevieve, what are we seeing maybe on the treatment downside side of things?
So like Courtney mentioned about there being downsides to treatment and starting them early, Ruth from Germany also wrote in with a comment, and she says the most effective drug, amiodarone, has heavy long-term side effects and therefore is not very feasible for young patients. And I think that goes a lot into what you said, Melanie, about having to balance everything with medications, with side effects and benefits. There is also a comment from Michelle in North Carolina, and she says, one heart medicine I tried gave me acute hepatitis, which required hospitalization. And she has had issues with other meds also. Maudie from Texas says, I received an ICD at diagnosis in 2006, followed by starting beta blockers a year later. Then I would go on to try at least 5 different beta blockers over the years, received many shocks, had multiple ablations, a bilateral sympathectomy, and yet I still continued to develop severe heart failure. So Maudie went through pretty much all of the treatments we have talked about with the beta blockers and the ICD and even the sympathectomy. And I think it goes back a lot to the progression of the disease and all of that unknown for all ARVC families.
Yeah, absolutely. We're certainly hearing how, while every person's different, everyone's experience is different, and certainly some people have had periods of relief. We're also seeing that there, even when you kind of use everything, you're not necessarily able to stop that progression. We've talked a lot about current treatments, so I want to spend some time in this session this afternoon also looking towards the future and getting your thoughts and perspectives about what might help, what your preferences are for what might help from a future treatment, given what we now know, you have all available to you today. So to get us thinking about this final topic, we have our final polling question of the day. So please, one last time, go to www.pollev.com/ARVC-PFDD, whether on your phone or on a new tab in your web browser. For all of our people living with ARVC and their caregivers, we'd like to hear from you. Considering your current health status or the health status of your loved one, which symptom do you most want a future drug or treatment to address? And you can select the top 3 here. So the options are A, arrhythmias and palpitations, B, chest pain or pressure, C, shortness of breath, D, lightheadedness, dizziness or fainting, E, fluid retention, F, exercise intolerance, G, weight loss or gain, H, advanced heart failure, I, risk of sudden cardiac death, J, risk of mortality, I, avoid or delay an ICD transplant or other treatment, or L, some other symptom or aspect of having ARVC that you would most want from a future drug or treatment. And here we're selecting those top 3 things that you most want. This may be the hardest question of the day, so I promise these would get progressively a little harder as the day goes on. But, again, as we think about all of these polling questions, we really want you to reflect and then tell us why you've selected these. The why is so important for our understanding of your, preferences for this, kind of future treatment. So as it stands, it looks like some of the top most wanted aspects of ARVC that our audience wants a future drug or treatment to address includes advanced heart failure, arrhythmias and palpitations, and the risk of sudden cardiac death. After that, maybe as a second tier, we're seeing risk of mortality, the exercise intolerance, and avoiding or delaying ICEs, transplants, or other treatments. However, almost everything here, besides fluid retention, is listed in somebody's top 3 of what they'd like to see from a future treatment. So we know that this wide range of things really, are top treatment goals for our audience today. So one last time, if you'd like to call in or write in, we'd love to understand your thoughts about future treatments. Then you can call in at 1-703-844-3231 or comment in that comment box. But to get us started on this topic, I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel once again and see maybe with a wave of hands who would like to comment on what you'd like to most see. Maybe I'll frame it as short of a cure for ARVC. I think we all would want that, what you would most want from a future treatment. Michael, I think I saw your hand first, then we'll go to Heather after that.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just very quickly, I think the variety of responses speaks to the individual experience of everybody. So for my family, losing a sister, a nephew who's in long-term care, I mean, it's all about the early diagnosis and moderation and medications that can help them not fall into that situation.
Yeah, no, totally understand and makes sense. So thank you, Michael, and agree. It is so personal. All of the questions today have been, but in terms of preferences for the future, we absolutely want to hear, what would have or what would make the most difference for you and your family. So, Heather, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm really most excited about this gene editing that it might be possible for people that meet the criteria. If we could stop the progression of the disease, stop it even in vitro, so it's never expressed, so children don't even get born with it, or people that are in early stages, they never develop a need for an ICD, they never experience arrhythmias, they never have to have experience heart failure, never have to have a heart transplant. When I was diagnosed, I was 20 years old, and I was told by my electrophysiologist, you are on the cutting edge of mortality, which means there wasn't many people that were much older than me that had lived. And when we hear about people that have, aunts, uncles, parents, grandparents, like my grandmother who died at 40 to an unknown heart condition, those older people weren't alive. We keep pushing our mortality later. We have older people that are getting diagnosed later, but that young group, we want to have that lives lived, like the years of life lived for a long, long time. Now, I would willingly put up my hand to be a guinea pig for this. I don't think I'm going to be meeting the criteria with where the state of my heart is now, but I think this is the thing we really absolutely need to remove the burden of this disease. We've talked about it. It's a mental as well as physical burden. It's a stress and anxiety of the potential of having sudden cardiac arrest at any moment. There's not patterns. There's things that we can do to prevent it, lifestyle modification. We can take medication. We can have our insurance policy, which is the ICD, but it's not a cure. It's just management. And we need something that is as close to a cure as possible, and I think that's gene editing. And I think we're on the right track, and I think people will be very willing to take those risks to allow themselves to be tested on this for the greater good. Because when I look at young families, when I look at families where it runs through their family like mine, I mean, I want a better future for my nieces and for everyone, and that's the direction we have to go. Thank you.
Well, Heather, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question there, if you don't mind, because I think if we had, therapy, whether it's gene editing or something else that completely, stopped the disease in its tracks and could do so before the disease even manifested, that I think would be, a clear win, that we'd be able to see in a clinical trial. So I kind of want to put the question back: what if a treatment, whether it's again gene editing or something else, was able to only slow the progression? So it put off the time to symptoms. It put off the time to the more significant or severe, if I can call it more, end stage, symptoms, and therefore could also put off, time to needing certain treatments like ICDs or transplants. Would that represent something meaningful? Just because I think we all know on the far end that something that truly, halts the disease in its tracks before it even has a chance to manifest would be meaningful, but is something short of that meaningful as well?
I think absolutely. I think incremental gains, this is all about just a game of inches, I believe. I mean, I think if you were diagnosed with heart failure 20 years ago, you're 5 years. We're looking now at 15, 20, 30 years. We're looking at people can live with this disease if they become informed, if they are accepting of the limitations, if they're taking their medication, if they're, having an ICD, put in. It's possible to live. I don't know. I think you could argue the quality of life isn't always the highest, but it's as best as we can do. But I'm a former rowing coach, and we have a saying, miles make champions, but inches win races. We can come miles, but I'll take those inches too, because anything to get us over the finish line. And, I'd like to live long enough to see the end game of this, that we're not having these discussions anymore. But I will take any small wins because it's still moving the ball forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you all from our Zoom panel so much for sharing here throughout the day. I do have a couple of phone callers that I want to bring into the discussion, but just before you all depart us, I wanted to thank you all for your contributions. So we do have a couple of phone callers here who want to speak to their preferences and hopes for future treatments. First, we have Jason from Sacramento, California, who's living with ARVC. Jason, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, welcome. Would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I'm 53. I was diagnosed in 2006, and I've had 3 ICDs and been on beta blockers. And just a couple comments about the treatments we've talked about so far. First, I haven't experienced any of these, but hearing about them, I worry about their effectiveness and my ability to tolerate. And it seems like we still need a lot of improvement on treatments. So I just wanted to get that in the record.
I guess
I think also, we need better support as far as just access to experts. Like I'm in an area where there isn't a center of excellence necessarily for ARVC, and I have to go to Baltimore to see somebody, and my insurance doesn't cover that, so I have to pay for it. So but broader treatment options I think would be great. But I did want to. I think one of the reasons you guys wanted me to get on here was I'm excited about the genetic treatment. Heather kind of had a lot to say about what I was going to say. It's a great potential. The procedure doesn't seem, intolerable like a lot of other current treatments are. And it's just a great hope for the future. And maybe in closing, I'd say, I hope that treatments aren't just to keep people alive, but we focus on improving quality of life too. So getting people from where they're at to maybe a better place.
So on that point, Jason, because I think that's really important, kind of maybe reflecting on your own experience, what would translate to that improvement in quality of life? Obviously, we can have things that might extend life or, slow, the onset to some of those types of events, those life-threatening events, but as you think about it and today and what would represent an improvement in quality of life, what would you be looking for if a drug or treatment could be developed for something?
You know, anything that can improve heart function, I think, from, you know, where I know a lot of things that we have right now are designed to slow or the progression or remove some of the symptoms of the disease. But, you know, are there other treatments that can improve some of the heart function so that, you know, we can regain some of our abilities or, you know, go from where we're at to, you know, just a higher functioning state. That would be great. And I'm not sure if that's even possible, but, you know, I think a lot of us, we just really, you know, we don't just want to be alive, we want to live. So
I think you're making your point loud and clear for us here today, Jason. So thank you so much for calling in and adding some of your thoughts about future treatments. We do have one more caller that I want to get to today. We have Robin from Albuquerque, New Mexico, who is both living with ARVC and, like many today, is also a caregiver. So Robin, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you'd like to see, what might be most beneficial for you and your loved ones in a future treatment. So Robin, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Hello.
Welcome.
So first, I just wanted to say I have been living with ARVC for a few years, and I've been able to avoid medications, beta blockers, all of that. I have not had an ablation or anything, but I feel like a major contributing factor to that is just getting outside, going for a walk, being in nature, and having some sunshine is a great therapy for me. I am a caregiver because I have 4 children that have inherited the mutation from me, and so I'm hopeful about future treatment that would benefit them and allowing them a better quality of life, maybe being able to be active and have more physical activity than you know we are limited to at this point. So I'm hopeful and excited about future treatments for them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and thank you, Robin, for sharing that. And, you know, thinking about, I think we all have the big outcomes in mind, but even thinking about for your, you know, children being able to have more of that ability to, you know, participate in physical activities and exercise is really important to hear. So thank you for sharing that as well. I also want to give a shout out to all of you who have been writing in. You know, this has been a tremendous amount of input, and you know, I want to recognize, as I stated early on, we're unfortunately not able to read all of these comments, but you know, we are seeing them and we'll be taking them into account for the Voice of the Patient report. But with that being said, let's give the final word to our written comments. Genevieve?
I think the last written comment that I would like to read is from Jennifer in Virginia. We've heard the need for a cure, but I love Jennifer's comment because she focuses on the little things also that would improve her life. She says, I would love to feel less short of breath when I move around or climb stairs. I had stopped taking flecainide after my endocardial epicardial ablation, and I felt young again, but ended up having to go back on as my VT returned. So I thought that comment summed up all of the little things that also make people with ARVC their lives better if we can improve those little things also.
I think we had a really good mix today of comments, both from our panelists, from Zoom, from callers, and even from what I'm seeing in the written comments, a balance of, you know, the bigger picture, slowing down progression, you know, something that's closer towards that cure, but also, as we heard, the inches, the incremental needs as well, and impacting daily quality of life too. So at this point, we've reached the stage where we're now going to wrap up. You know, we've had a tremendous day of hearing from all of you from this ARVC community. And as your moderator, I just really have to personally thank everybody who contributed and shared today. You know, I've been involved in a lot of, you know, patient meetings and PFD, you know, patient-focused drug development meetings, and it really stood out to me today how open and willing this community was to describe and discuss the anxiety and the mental health aspect of living with this condition. And I know that it's not easy to pull back the curtain and, share those things. And so, I think we truly got the benefit of each and every one of you being willing to be honest with us and not holding back. And I think that's going to be so important to help drive new drugs and therapies for this condition, which impacts so many of you and your family members. So with that being said, I just want to again thank you all so much. A heartfelt thanks for being willing to do that with me today and share that for the whole world to be able to learn from your experiences. So now to help us close out the meeting, it's my pleasure to introduce Larry Bauer, who will be providing some summary remarks. It's truly an impossible task to try to summarize what we covered today, but I know Larry's the perfect person to at least cover some of the highlights. Larry spent many years in nursing and 17 years as a research nurse at the National Institutes of Health, went to the Food and Drug Administration and co-founded the Rare Diseases Program, where he worked for 10 years as a regulatory scientist, and has been working the past several years in helping plan and organize these patient-focused drug development meetings, including the one today. So without further ado, Larry, take it away.
Thanks so much, James. I really appreciate your introduction. So yeah, as James said, I'm going to give a very high-level summary. I won't be able to hit on all the points that were made today, but I will do my best to talk about some of the ones that really caught my eye and that impressed me today. So our meeting opened up this morning with our co-moderator, Genevieve Eccles, who's the Family Support Director at the SADS Foundation. She offered some opening remarks. This was followed by a presentation from Dr. Chinwe Okoro from the FDA's Office of Therapeutic Products and CBER. Dr. Okoro shared that PFDD meetings provide insights for the FDA to learn from the experts, the caregivers, and patients, people living with ARVC, to help facilitate treatment development, design clinical trials, and review new drugs for ARVC. She also said the FDA was really here to listen and learn today. Then we heard a clinical overview from Dr. Hugh Calkins from the Johns Hopkins ARVC program. A couple key points from him was that ARVC is a genetically determined cardiomyopathy characterized by ventricular arrhythmias, the cardiomyopathy, and sudden death. It accounts for about 5% of sudden deaths in young individuals. Diagnosis is made by examining T-wave inversions and MRI changes. Exercise can induce arrhythmias, with the average age of onset being 29. High levels of anxiety can lead to increased arrhythmias, which causes a vicious cycle. You have more anxiety, then more arrhythmias. It's a frustrating situation. And ARVC is a progressive condition, and 49% of the people develop heart failure. Then we heard from a panel of speakers. Our first panelist was Courtney, who's 29. She lost her vibrant 17-year-old brother to sudden death from undiagnosed ARVC. And within a month after testing, Courtney was diagnosed as well at age 20. At one point, she experienced 12,000 PVCs in a day, which are exacerbated by dehydration, anxiety, and stress. She's not sure that she will be able to carry a child, and she worries about disease progression. And she was told, just lead a simple life. Tracy is 46, had her first ARVC symptom of passing out at the age of 16, but was not diagnosed until age 27. ARVC heart failure has taken away her stamina for exercise. It's affected her relationships and takes away the energy for activities with her daughter. She can no longer work and at times has no energy to even prepare a meal. She's now a candidate for a heart transplant, but they're waiting till she gets even sicker. Jason was diagnosed in the summer of 2020. He has an ICD, and in 2020 had a ventricular tachycardia storm and received 3 shocks within 10 minutes. He lost favorite activities like running and mountain biking. He's also had to quit firefighting, which he loved doing. He's always checking his pulse and worries about his heart. He has even had phantom shocks in his sleep. Next, we heard from Julia, who's 31 and has been most impacted by fatigue and arrhythmias. Fatigue leads to weight gain, depression, social anxiety, and affects all aspects of her life. She's had a lot of therapy and hopes one day she can run again. She had a heart rate over 200 and collapsed once with a cardiac arrest. She worries that as she gets older, she won't be able to keep up. The uncertainty is very frustrating. And finally, in the morning, we heard from Adam, who lost his 31-year-old wife, Jackie, to ARVC while watching a softball game. Since then, his 2 sons and other family members have been diagnosed. His son, Greg, is 20, Ben is 18. Greg had a series of cardiac arrests from which he was revived. It's been challenging to adapt levels of exercise and sports. Mental health issues are central. And unfortunately, Greg had another cardiac arrest that was not resolved by his ICD. And now at age 25, he's minimally responsive and needs total care in a long-term facility from the anoxic brain injury that he had. So the themes from the morning, we heard that ARVC rapidly robs people of the ability to function. Symptoms include pain, fatigue, exercise intolerance, dizziness, heart palpitations, sudden cardiac arrest, and post-traumatic stress disorder with depression and anxiety. And often families have multiple affected members, and even mild exercise can promote progression. We also heard that ARVC is slow to be diagnosed and has a relentless progression from onset, which is a great concern for the future. After our afternoon break, we had a treatment overview from Dr. Hari Krishnatandri from Vanderbilt University. He said the treatment landscape includes beta blockers, antiarrhythmics, catheter ablation, and heart transplant. Some of these are poorly tolerated and have side effects. Flecainide is effective, but it's pro-arrhythmic and has other side effects. Ablation can reduce ventricular tachycardia, but some need multiple procedures and it has to be repeated. Gene therapy is emerging and promising. And he said some of the challenges is that ARVC is a rare disease. They will need large numbers of people in registries to study new treatments. Disease progression is slow, and they need to find the right timing for interventions. Our afternoon panel started off with Joelle, who's 18 and was diagnosed 6 years ago. She loves to ice skate, which has been severely impacted. She changed her exercise to doing cardiac rehab for exercise. She's had multiple hospitalizations, had an ICD implanted, and then in 2019 was told she was getting a heart transplant. Even with the transplant, she has daily meds and deals with mouth sores, and she still has to go in for checkups every 6 months and has to watch her diet. Jennifer collapsed at age 44 while out for a long-distance run. Her family was tested, and unfortunately, her mom died from an episode of ventricular fibrillation while they were still exploring treatment options. Both of her sons are affected as well. Orthostatic hypotension from cardiac meds has severely impacted her activity level. She described the layers of effects from meds, shocks, PTSD, low energy, and general coping, and she hopes for meds with fewer side effects and that give her greater well-being. Jeff is 57 years old and says people don't realize what's happening within his body. He's got an implantable cardioverter defibrillator since his diagnosis 2 years ago and thinks about it all the time. He's had ablation surgeries and on several anti-arrhythmia drugs. He's also had to use medication and therapy for PTSD that has developed since diagnosis. Next was Nelson, who's 51 and went into cardiac arrest in 1997. He says the fatigue, weakness, and anxiety affect him and his entire family. Exercise reduction has helped, and he's had 8 ablation procedures and says no treatment completely works for him. He'd like to see a treatment that addresses the underlying condition so he could return to a normal life with his family. And then our last speaker in the morning was Christy, who lost her dad to ARVC when her dad was 52. She was eventually diagnosed with the same condition and had an SICD implanted. In the last 3 years, she's been shocked 13 times, including once while sitting at a restaurant with friends. She had mixed results with medications and had a 5-hour ablation surgery complicated by post-op pericardial and pleural fluid buildup. And even with ablation surgery, she still feels dizzy, lightheaded, and off balance. Anxiety is an ongoing symptom from having ARVC, and she hopes new treatments will be developed. will be developed. So overall, in the afternoon, we heard people say that treatments are only somewhat helpful. Some find that combinations of treatments help, which can include medications, ablations, and ICDs. Emotional support is critical to help with coping. We heard this again and again about the severe emotional impacts of ARVC, and people would like to see a disease-modifying treatment and something to either slow or halt progression. So now to close up for the day, I'd like to turn it over to Genevieve back in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an incredible day and helped us all better understand ARVC, its impacts on individuals and their families, and the need for better therapies for arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. Thank you to the FDA staff who attended today, and thank you to Shannon Sparklin, Karen Jackler, and Ethan Gabor from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff, who guided us through this process over the many months of planning. Thanks also to James Valentine and Larry Bauer from Hyman, Phelps, and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been invaluable. We could not have done this without you. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for their production planning and all the behind-the-scenes work they have done today. A big thanks to the SADS Foundation volunteers and staff who have given countless hours to the planning of today's meeting, including, but not limited to, SADS CEO Alice Laura, SADS Program Director Marcia Baker, SADS Communication Director Anna Goodson, and SADS Technology Manager Aaron Waite. And finally, a huge thank you goes out to the ARVC community. Thank you for honestly sharing what your lives look like with ARVC and its current treatments. This meeting would not have been possible without each of you sharing your stories. We know that the EL-PFDD may bring up strong emotions for those attending whose lives are affected by ARVC. We are offering a support group immediately following the EL-PFDD for affected individuals and their family members and loved ones who need it. You can join immediately following the EL-PFDD on a separate Zoom link that has been provided through email, text, and at the link on the player page that you are on right now. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all the information from today, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on both the SADS and FDA websites. The form to submit comments for the written report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments, which will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. A recording of today's program will be available on demand immediately following this meeting at the same page you are on now. Today's meeting will have a lasting impact on the future of ARVC research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire community, thank you for making your voices heard today.